The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Level up your game with the USA's Best at the American Cup in St. Louis. It was game over for two players, with two more down to their last lives. Levon Aronian won his first round rematch and will face a wounded Wesley for the right to battle bracket champion Hikaru Nakamura. Naji-Pakitsa decimated her opponent, advancing to a clash with a freshly defeated Alice Lee for a shot at taking down women's bracket champ Irina Krush. It's the ultimate battle of the beaten, with the final boss in sight. Day 7 of Can't Miss Chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. Well, today we are in front of the St. Louis Chess Club, and as you can see behind me, there's been some renovation going on. Well, I cannot wait to see what the next move is going to be for the St. Louis Chess Club, and the next move is going to be for our players as well. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Jovi and Yasser.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 7 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello, and a really warm welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's been a great pleasure to be calling all the thrilling action alongside the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it's been wonderful calling the action with you and Cristian. I mean, lots of thrills and spills, and lots more in store. Number one seeds are number one seeds for a reason. They win a lot. Hikaru and Irina took care of business in the champions bracket, and they're waiting for the winners of the elimination bracket. Jovi, do the honors and tell us where we stand.
Let's look into it. And here we see the champions bracket is completed. It might have gone to tie breaks, but it was Hikaru Nakamura that was triumphant over Wesley. So Wesley now dropping down to the elimination bracket.
Right.
And when it comes to the elimination bracket, here is what's going to be happening. Wesley is going to be facing against none other than Levon Aronian. These two met in 2022, and there was Levon Aronian that was triumphant. We'll see what happens today. It will be decided.
And in the women's champions bracket.
And in the women's bracket, wow, what a performance between the two top seeds, Irina Krush and Alice Lee. But it was Irina that reigned triumphant, and she is now waiting for the victor going to come up from the elimination bracket, because Alice Lee has dropped down and she will be facing off against a player who is really being on red hot form, Naji-Pakitsa. And well, we'll see what happens today. It will be decided in the elimination bracket final.
As we see Naji at the board really getting into the zone, but do remind our viewers of the format for the tournament.
Yes, because these players, well, we're just going to focus on the elimination bracket today, because that's all that's happening. And the players will play a 2-game rapid, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. And remember, no draw offers allowed. Never that in St. Louis.
And the schedule.
And
today's schedule.
And today's schedule, there is a rest day for those champions from the champion bracket. They're not playing. Instead, the focus will go on the elimination bracket, where the two players will play those 2 rapid games. And if the match is tied, it's going to go down to tie breaks and playoffs, and possibly even all the way to an Armageddon. We'll find out.
Absolutely. That looks like a good show in store, and good to have you with us in studio, Cristian. Drill down and tell us about the elimination bracket and how the players got there.
Good to see you guys. Great to be back in the studio, and we have an exciting day ahead of ourselves. Yesterday, we've seen those incredible matches in the champions bracket, the one between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley. So that went all the way to the Blitz section, and that game between Irina Krush and Alice Lee, Irina was half a second away from elimination. Well, she would have moved on to the elimination bracket if she wouldn't have slapped the clock in time, but she did. She drew that game and then won to win the match in the playoffs, and that allowed her to be in the grand finals and also get that nice $5,000 bonus because of the champions bracket. But let's take a look at how the players from the elimination bracket got to where they are today. We're going to start off with Alice Lee, the youngest participant in this event. FIDE Master Alice Lee, she won in dominant fashion against Atusa Purkasian 2-0 in her first match. After that, against Naji-Pakitsa, who she will be meeting in today's match. She won that one with the black pieces. Very, very important event. And let's take a look at Naji and her results so far. Won her initial match against the struggling Anna Zatansky 1.5 to 1/2. After that, lost against Alice Lee. A dominant performance against Tatev Abrahamian, and yesterday, what a match she played against Begim Tohirjonova. Today, she will be facing a player that defeated her earlier in the competition, that is FIDE Master Alice Lee. And let's go on to the champions bracket, the elimination bracket, that is in the open section. And of course, one of the participants is Wesley So, who was defeated yesterday by the rating favorite Hikaru Nakamura. In his first match, he won in the playoffs 2.5 against Sam Shankland. After that, defeated the reigning champion, that is Fabiano Caruana, also in the playoffs 2.5 to 1.5. And yesterday, what a match that was against Hikaru Nakamura. And I have to say, he was outplaying Hikaru in those rapid matches. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to take the full points home whenever he had those decisive advantages and fell under the sharp sword of Hikaru Nakamura. And look at him, he looks relaxed, he looks ready to have some fun and punch his ticket to the grand finals once again against Hikaru Nakamura. But today, he has such a difficult match ahead of himself because he's facing this man, Grandmaster Levon Aronian, who started off with a loss this competition. Well, he didn't really like playing classical chess, and after that he started playing rapid and blitz chess, and he was winning all the way to yesterday's match against Lanier. Took revenge in the playoffs 1.5 to 1/2, and right now he is in the elimination bracket finals against Wesley So. And look at him entering the hall. He really likes that jacket, doesn't he? He's been wearing it since he received it at the beginning of the show, and I have to say, it's such a beautiful jacket. But guys, if you are feeling like you're having some deja vu from last year, well, let's take a look at what happened last year, and we're going to start off with the ladies section. It was this matchup in the grand finals between Grandmaster Irina Krush and Alice Lee. Krush defeated Lee in the champions semifinal. Lee went on to win the elimination bracket. She had the chance to do so today, but Krush defeated Alice Lee for the championship. And in the open section, well, we had a similar story, but one Hikaru Nakamura did not play last year. Aronian won the elimination bracket, winning 3 matches, but Caruana did not lose a single match. He stayed in the champions bracket and won the first match of the grand finals to take home the title. Guys, we have an exciting day ahead of ourselves of rapid and potentially blitz chess.
Thank you, Cristian. Indeed, we do. And as we watch these players get ready for action, they've been fighting really hard. And what have they been fighting for, Jovi?
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
I mean, take a look at this. In the open section, the first prize is $50,000. Second place, $35,000. Third, $25,000. But Hikaru has already netted himself $10,000 because he won the champion bracket and gets a bonus
Very nice. And in the ladies section?
In the women's section, you see first prize $25,000, second $18,000, then $10,000, and of course Irina has also picked up a bonus for winning the champion bracket, $5,000. Very nice.
Very nice.
Nest egg.
And as we get ready for these elimination games, I must say, from the start of the tournament, Alice Lee was incredible. She really made such a powerful impression. But after her slip up yesterday, and the fact that Naji has been playing really excellent chess, I kind of feel that's a call-em match, just as I feel that this too is, well, pick 'em.
Yeah, I mean,
Who do you like? Now, knight
difficult.
c3, inviting bishop b4.
That's the Rogozin, that's what Levon usually plays.
He
And
always
he's
plays this. It's
hesitating.
like his bread and butter. He always goes bishop b4.
Right.
And I'm probably now, having said always,
Always.
he's going to go bishop e7.
The commentator's curse. The
He
moment
seems,
you use
if he hasn't played it yet, maybe he's going to shy away from that. Yes, and the code comes off. I mean, we know that in these rapid playoffs, your mechanics have to be top-notch.
Yeah.
Exactly. As we
Oh, there we
no,
go.
that's
Oh,
my move. Knight
D7.
b8 to d7.
Okay, he's
That's a
trying to
wrinkle,
avoid the
yes.
bishop f4 lines.
You can still play bishop f4.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's not so effective.
That is
I feel
correct.
when the knight is already on d7. Sorry.
Yes, bishop to f4, you take on c4 in general, and you have the option after the move e3 to defend
Which-
that pawn on c4 with the knight coming to b6. That's why the knight landing on d7 early on is so important.
Which is e3. And in the ladies, by the way, we have a very interesting development going on here, as Naji, again, has essayed early fianchetto, kingside fianchetto c5, and a near invitation to going into a Benoni, and Alice has just played a peculiar-looking move, bishop e2.
Yeah,
You look at that, you kind of go, well, why don't you want to play knight c3? She might have been worried about bishop takes c3. Knight f3, she might have been worried about a pin. So she played bishop e2 and waiting for her opponent to play knight f6. Jovi, you were about to say.
yeah, I was just going to say, you know, this is
Please.
kind of that delayed Benoni type
Yes.
of position. Because, you know, yes, you can go e6, but often you see it, they don't do it immediately. They can do it later on in the day.
Yes.
They also go for these like knight a6, knight c7 plans.
Right.
And I wanted to mention one thing about Naji, which I've noticed. She's been like ducking and diving when it comes to her opening repertoire.
Right.
She's really picked out what she thinks is going to inconvenience or unsettle her opponents the most, and it's been working a treat. And I've really been impressed by her play.
The one thing I have to say about this particular move order from Naji with the move e7, e6, is it does give her an option that you don't normally ever get in a Benoni. Normally the knight is on f6 and then you play, I don't know, a6, b5, knight h5, what have you. In this particular position, you do have the unusual opportunity of playing knight e7 castles and a quick f5. Normally the knight is always standing on
Right.
f6 in this particular moment after e6. One other thought I had, when you play the move bishop e2, in this particular position, playing a Benko gambit, where oftentimes white does want to recapture with the bishop, there's a reason why you might be inclined to go in that direction. That did not happen. e7, e6, knight c3 on the board, expecting e6 takes d5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm expecting that.
Shall we go back to see what Levon did after knight b8, d7? Again, doubtlessly a big surprise for Wesley. Wesley certainly expecting bishop b4 in a Rogozin. After knight b8, d7, no bishop f4, no bishop g5. Let's just play e2, e3, a quiet line. Bishop to e7, b2, b3, and we've caught up to the players. Normally speaking, castles, bishop b2, c7, c5, and or b7, b6 are the two most popular ways of meeting this quiet setup of
Yeah.
e3 and b3.
Yeah, I must admit that I did try my hand with these positions with the white
Yes.
pieces, and I found that actually lots of people didn't understand how to play the position as black, and I got quite promising positions against even top grandmasters. Well, not top grandmasters, but grandmasters.
The grandmasters.
Grandmasters.
Yeah. Okay.
And but I have to say, I once played Lawrence Trent, and he crushed me in this, and then I
Oh,
thought,
no.
oh no! And when you get burnt, you're like, no, I'm not touching that one again.
And what was the fire that
He just.
put you?
Well, I think he
out?
went for the B6, the quieter B6 systems,
Yeah.
and somehow or other, I think, yeah, B6, bishop B7, and went for this kind of plan. And I did all the happy moves as white. You know, you put your bishop.
Bishop on D3,
Yeah.
Sold,
the bishop
bishop
went on
E2.
B7, you went castles.
Yes. But there came a stage when there was no happy move any longer, and
I
I
see.
couldn't think of how to extend any further.
Right.
And I thought, okay, this is quite subtle. Let's
Well-
switch to the London system.
The battle right now goes between black wanting to play the move c5 after you finish your development like this, and white wanting to be first to play e4 and strike in the center. So
Right.
you're thinking of ideas of queen to e2, followed by e4, things of that nature.
Right. Or even captures and followed by e4. Oftentimes when I'm white in these positions, I like a little clarification. I like playing this move. In particular, I want my opponent to declare their intentions. For example, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. I may be so inclined as to play queen e2, rook d1, and rook c1, playing for e4. At the moment, black's queen doesn't have the convenient square e7, and in case you take with the pawn, which is also a very popular recapture, nothing wrong with it, this bishop on b2 can now get opened after I move my knight. I shift my knight to the g3 square, and I prep d4 takes c5. I kind of like white's position. That was not what Wesley did. Wesley played, no, sorry.
There was no c5, so
It was h7,
H-
h6.
No castle. No castle. He didn't start with castle.
Oh,
He
I
delayed
see.
castle and played the move queen to c2. Now this is a
Queen
very
to
intriguing
C2.
line. And by the way, I was looking through the database. The best players playing this variation with white pieces, well, there's 3 games with the name Wesley Saw. So Wesley has played this position with the white pieces. Some could say that he's an expert
Right.
in this line. And what surprises me is that Levon actually is thinking right now, because if he did indeed prepare this move, knight bd7 from home, and wanted to have it as a surprise, he should have watched these games by Wesley.
But these, in Levon's defense, if he hasn't studied this, I mean, Wesley, first of all, plays anything and
Exactly,
everything.
yes.
And also, I mean, Wesley is mainly like a bishop f4 player. I'm sorry, by bishop f4, I mean he develops his bishop to f4 when confronted with knight bd7 or in the... So I think...
And also his main lines usually start with knight c3 at move 3 and allow
Right.
the nimzo. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this probably was an early surprise by Wesley with knight f3 followed by knight to c3, and then Levon tried to surprise Wesley back with knight bd7, but Wesley seems to know what he's doing.
Well, just to clarify, after the move queen c2, in fact, Levon very quickly played the move h7, h6. So it's
and the
actually
idea is
been
pretty clear,
Wesley
right?
thinking.
If you do go c5 instead of h6, I take on d5, and now
Yeah.
you don't have the very natural recapture with the knight.
You're right.
You have to take with the pawn, and then we get into these type of positions with potentially the hanging pawns after d takes c5, b takes c5.
Exactly.
Perhaps this is something that Levon
Levon.
didn't want to see, just for the
And-
simple fact that, you know, it is a structural weakness sometimes, and Wesley loves to play against this type of hanging pawns, and I think he was not necessarily afraid, but he wanted to shy away from it.
Well,
That's why
we-
he started with h6. Now
Yeah.
c5 is a pretty serious threat.
Yeah, and I was just looking at a rather consequent line. Let's say I capture, knight takes, bishop takes.
Let's say bishop
so
takes,
in this case, I'm rather seeking to justify the move h7, h6, check,
King h8, and bishop e4.
and
Yes.
bishop to
Yeah,
e4.
yeah.
So I am encouraging you to stop me from castling.
Yeah.
I don't feel that the king on e2 is going to stay in the center too long. My intention is quickly to play king f1 after I get my rook out. So
By the way, none of this was played. He played rook to d1.
D1. Okay, no taking on D5.
No taking on d5, no e4, just rook to d1, getting ready to meet that move c5, which, by the way, instantaneously came on the board.
Yeah, I
C
was
takes
going to
d5.
ask that
Jump,
question,
jump.
you know, what
Jump.
is White going to do after c5? I mean, my idea is to carry on as normal.
That's probably the best
What's
thing you
new-
can do.
wha-
What's normal is I always try to simplify in the center.
Yeah. This natural-looking move in this specific position, rook d1, is not in the database.
It is not. No,
Yeah,
no, no.
C
So
takes
after
d5,
h6.
castles, all more common. Well,
Well, in fact, I
let's put it another way. Rook d1 is news.
After h6, in fact, in my database, and I know our producer has a much better database
Yeah.
than us, in my database, I don't have any games
Wow.
after h6. And rook to d1, by the way, is the computer's choice.
Yeah.
So it does
Makes
seem like
sense.
Yeah.
perhaps Wesley is still within his opening
Well,
preparation.
one of the things that I was going to say about
Please.
this move h6, I mean, it doesn't radically change the nature of the position.
Not at
I
all.
mean, it's a developing, luxurious move.
Right.
And the plans are still going to be the same for both sides. I mean,
Clear.
So
and,
this is
we
the
saw
idea.
CD.
Yeah.
If you take with the knight, I will take back on d5.
And knight takes d5, bishop takes d5.
I will take back on c5.
And you'll take now on
On
c5.
c5, yes.
But knight takes.
He's
Well,
going for it.
this is where bishop h7 check might
Precisely.
be a little bit awkward.
He's going for it. Look, Wesley still knows what he's doing. And now e4, and this is unpleasant. This is, in fact,
This
very
might
unpleasant.
be a little bit. I mean, taking on c5, knight takes c5 is clearly the most desirable recapture. I may have to.
You probably have to
play
take with the
awkwardly
bishop.
with bishop.
Yes, yes. And if you do take with the bishop, it's still not very pleasant after the move e4. Once again, the knight on d7 is kind of stuck. You have to retreat to c6 because otherwise bishop to b5 is coming and you're almost lost. You have to defend it with bishop c8. That's very ugly, right?
Right.
You have to go back to c6, but the problem is, look at these two bishops. I can start attacking it with the move a3, try to kick them back. You have to defend with a5, I castle. I still have the idea of b4. I'm pushing you back with every single one of my moves. I'm just not giving you any room to breathe. And it does seem like the engines are recommending this as much better for White already, and most likely Wesley knows this.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, that surprises me.
It-
No
yeah.
end, because, you know, I always judge this type of position by whether the queen, the black queen, sorry, can find a safe home. And
Right.
she can put herself on e7.
It seems to be very,
Careful.
very
careful,
concrete.
Careful. There is a b4.
Oh, wow.
I thought you were going to say queen to
Wait,
c7. I was looking. Oops, sorry.
wait.
Oh, yes,
There was a tactical
Oh,
issue.
there is
but
bishop
but-
a4.
But there is bishop
Okay.
a4.
Apologies, you're absolutely right. Bishop a4. Yeah.
But 1 second, bishop a4, queen c3, that attacks checkmate.
Okay.
Oh,
You've got your tricks. I've got my tricks, I guess.
yes.
Or Christian has his tricks. Queen to c3.
Yeah.
And don't be thinking about the rook. You have to
Yes.
take a timeout.
Okay.
And then I get your bishop. I get the two bishops.
You get the
Bishops,
bishops,
yes.
okay, that's
Yeah.
not part of
That
the deal.
wasn't what you
no,
wanted,
I just
no.
wanted bishop a4.
But queen c7, is there a refutation to this move? I suppose you just can. You could play the move knight d4, and you're probably enjoying yourself.
Yeah, queen
but
c7, I go b4.
b4 still. Oh
Wait,
my.
queen c7 after a, okay, a5 and castle. No, this is a bit different. This is a bit different.
Because
used-
this one, there's no.
What if I still continue with queen to c3 and then b4?
Okay, that makes a lot of sense right here. Queen to c3,
Mhm.
checkmate threat. I wanted to play knight f6, but now b4, and I have a bad. Yeah, this is
This is awkward,
getting
okay.
very awkward, right?
And
You're just
uh,
not getting in time, right?
early problems, and well, that leaves.
I was going to ask the question. What about the third option?
The unhappiest option of all is splitting my pawns with b6 takes c5.
No.
He's played bishop takes c5, has Levon. Levon said, I don't like the split pawns, but this move e3, e4, that's a really nice pressure suddenly for white. This rook on d1 is really
Very
turning the
good.
tables, right? Do I have rook c8?
No.
No?
Wait, rook c8 at
No.
what point?
Right now.
Because you've got bishop b4 check.
I do.
Queen c3 again. Queen c3, go
No,
bishop takes
bishop takes
f2.
pawn.
Let me show Christian what he missed. We call this a discovered check.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Take him out.
Queen is
Yes, sir.
soon to be captured by the rook.
You can tell that you were an older brother.
Yes, yes, yes.
Goodness.
My brother and I, we loved wrestling. And he being the younger brother, all of the wrestling holds that I practiced on my little brother, you know, the Boston Crab, you know,
Yeah.
full holds. E4, rook c8. Did we refute rook c8?
Castle.
Okay, castle. Can't I? Didn't I dodge?
But where do you put the bishop?
But now you can bow bishop c6.
Bishop e7.
But why?
Well, I want to stop these
These
queen
horrible, yeah.
c3 kind of businesses.
Okay.
Bishop e7. If you put your queen back on b1, I'll put my bishop. I don't know. Bishop back to c6, and now you still have knight d4. I'm not out of the woods. I'm not saying
I have bishop a6 also.
you have bishop a6
A6,
also. Yeah.
Where do you put the rook?
Ugh. If I go rook c7, now you've got.
I have ideas of bishop e5.
Yes, you do.
Also, do you have like ideas of knight e5 as well? No,
Absolutely.
bishop e5 is good.
Well, there I'll
think knight
sacrifice
e5
the
and bishop
queen
e5
for
both.
a rook and a bishop. But yeah, rook c8 is not a panacea. And by the way, castles by Wesley, he wasn't waiting for rook c8. After bishop takes c5, he did not play the move e4, which we felt was kind of good for him, actually. Castles on the board. Inviting bishop takes f3. You know, I might be so inclined as to
Really?
take that. Well, I mean, it's just that I was getting into positions I really did not like as
Yeah.
black. I mean, I may not be liking this one either, but okay, at least I kind of completed my development. You could go king h1 and rook g1, and I do think you're having the fun. Don't get me wrong. I prefer white's position, but I'm just saying that in this position, right here, right now, I'm looking at e4, and I don't like the consequences of what is happening.
And well, we see Levon.
By the way,
he
queen
doesn't-
e7 very quickly on the
He doesn't care.
board.
He just puts his queen on e7, and
Well, there's a difference now. Like in the past, we were putting the bishop on c6 because we were. Now we can put the bishop on b7. After bishop b5, there's no pin, and we're home free.
well,
we're dry.
But wait.
Yes.
There's still ideas
Please.
of playing b4 with the queen
On
jumping
e7.
down.
Okay.
Yeah, with the queen jumping down to c7.
Gotcha. I appreciate. Yes, there's some pins.
Sorry, someone did this to me. So
Yes. No, it's okay.
so I'm going to do it to you.
Of course, I'm game. Queen drops down to c7, and if I make a defensive move like rook to b8,
Yeah.
then presumably.
Yeah, this is my idea.
But my queen's protected, Jovi. I can just. It's not.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, since
It was,
that's the
it was
case,
protected in the beginning.
I can start
Oh,
with
dear.
queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, St. Louis. Yeah,
Yeah. But it's-
visually,
Yeah.
Queen C7 looks like it might win material. So you think about the move B4.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So we're looking for a refutation. Help us out, Christian.
No, queen e7 it seems to be quite decent for black right now, in fact.
Okay.
Yes. Castle was not the best move in the position. e4 would have given Wesley the advantage, and I'm sure he has it in his files, but he just simply didn't remember the best move. He played castle, which is the most natural
Right.
move in the position by far.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, after queen to e7, it seems like black finally manages to assemble its defense in the center and on the king side accurately, and this is exactly what Levon just did with this move, queen to e7. he's very, very close to solving all his opening problems right now.
Yeah, so you're saying that the natural castles was actually a serious imprecision.
Yes.
And that as a result, the advantage kind of
Dissipated.
slipped away.
Okay.
It did.
It truly did, yeah.
And okay, whilst the players have still got lots of things to
Yeah.
fight for in this position, shall we go over to
Let's do it.
the game between Alice Lee and Naji, because we left it here,
Yep.
and if you
Refresh.
you're going to be in for a treat, I have to say, because things have happened. And first of all, you know, Naji really is choosing the most combative openings, you know, because here she could have taken on d5, you know,
Right.
she could have played into something mainstream. Instead, she's like, bishop takes
C3.
knight.
Yeah, this was an idea of Roman Naji-Pakitsa, the Gingi Indian, as we used to call it. But he did not play it with the move e7, e6. He captured and played it with the move f7, f5. After takes, e5. Okay, trying to shut down the position and saying, you've got the two bishops, but as so long as I can keep the position closed, the bishops aren't really going to feel at their full strength. By the way, bishop d3. So that's the tempo being given back, if you will. Knight d7, knight e2. Okay, in this case, we can see that Alice is keeping f2, f4 in reserve. She wants to be able to open up the position for her two bishops. Queen e7, h3. Now this is a real page out of the Gingi Indian playbook. The king on c7 is actually really the best square. You can imagine that white is going to castle. If you put your king on the king side with castles, f2, f4, and the dark square bishop, you may rue the day that you tried the fianchetto. But the king on c7, on the other hand, no bishop a5 checks. The king will find safety.
Doesn't it
Bishop
feel like
e3.
Naji pretty much solved her opening problems?
it
Maybe
feels like
even
that to
is
me.
better right now. Knight f6, just a simple knight f6.
Knight f6,
Why not?
and the bishop will have to retreat and
Pawn
takes.
f5.
And
I get the knight to e5 next.
Well. Okay, so knight f4, knight e5.
knight e5, and then
And I do have knight h5, but I'm a little bit concerned.
Knight h5, I think I'm just going to go rook f8. I'm going to give you the exchange and ask you, okay, you got my exchange, but you have some problems with the dark squares. And if I manage to get f4 once you castle short, most likely, then you're going to be in deep, deep
I
trouble.
don't have to
Not
give up-
immediately.
Yeah,
Not immediately.
I don't have to resolve this tension right away.
Okay, can I take a pawn?
Yes.
Gift me the pawn.
Yes,
yeah, the queen
good
just
question.
moves. But I don't know, I feel like that pawn wasn't that worth that much.
The pawn on c4 was no great
Knight
shape.
takes h5.
Right.
Knight takes h5.
Knight takes, yeah, knight
Oh,
takes,
sorry.
yeah, the
Same
queen f4
idea.
was a bit of a...
Yeah.
didn't
A
quite work.
bit of a blow. Unfortunate. I get it. Okay.
So queen to, you're targeting my knight. I go back. Knight e5.
Okay. But it's not that easy for you to resolve the tension here. Like, I understand you.
I agree,
You're going to go
yes.
bishop here, and then I will take the exchange. So maybe I can prep something like f3. So, for
So you're
example,
trying to
bishop to
get-
d7, f3.
No. You can't... Sorry, Yasser.
Sure.
There's like knight takes knight.
Knight g3 check.
Yeah, knight e3,
You're
but
right.
you can go. You can grab the exchange first, and
Nice spot, nice spot.
Knight
Julie.
takes,
Well,
rook takes,
I
now
was inspired,
f3.
yeah.
But now I have queen g7 all the time, right? Not yet, because then you take on e4, and that looks good for you.
Correct.
Even though, okay, let's go into that variation for a second. I'm kind
Because
of curious
this is
whether I
the-
have any sort of compensation.
This is the Svetozar Gligorich school of chess, where you sacrifice a pawn in the King's Indian in
I
order
really
to...
like this f3 coming, bishop takes h3 after that. I don't know. It feels good at least
Okay,
practically.
There's some compensation there.
Yeah.
I do agree. But in this position, she's... yes, no. She has not played knight f6
Oh,
yet.
she plays knight d f6.
Knight d f6.
That
Bishop
doesn't
g5?
feel good. That doesn't feel right.
I like the knight on e5 in all of those variations. I can only imagine that she was afraid that, for example, now she's afraid of this pin, and she wants to keep h6 and g5
Yeah,
in
but it's not
reserve
the
to
same.
break
It's
the
not
bishop.
same. Knight g3 now.
Knight g3. So after h6,
Knight takes bishop, right? Do you still have
yes,
You know what? I'm going to be even more aggressive.
the... Okay.
aggressive.
I'm going to go g4.
Ooh.
g4.
Why not?
Well, as we say in the opening, you have 3 obligations: to control the center, to develop your pieces to good squares, and to find safety for your king. When you, as white, when you've got your, let's say, broken queenside structure,
That's
and
okay. Knight g3.
now you're going to have to put your king where?
You're telling me
By the
all
way,
these.
yes, he's like,
Broken-
Cristian is like, yeah,
Never
yeah,
mind.
never
You're
mind.
Never
telling me
mind.
all these beautiful stories.
Yeah, yeah,
about,
yeah, yeah,
how I
yeah,
have
yeah.
to develop my pieces.
Okay,
But what's
okay.
your knight on g8 doing? Bishop
It-
e3. I go back.
it's going to recapture.
No. Yes, for sure. Bishop e3. I'm not giving you that bishop. Not in a million years.
Okay.
Let's go castle long.
Whoa.
Let's have some fun.
Okay, so now I know your address, and I don't think your address is a very good address. It doesn't look like it's a comfy home. Huh, okay.
Be careful. Be careful. I have a
E4
threat.
is a little bit tender, huh?
Maybe something else. Let's see if you spot it.
H5, H4.
It's very early in the morning,
True,
Cristian,
true.
to set us
I want to
this.
take on c5.
Oh, yes. I haven't spotted that one, actually.
No, I was thinking of Queen E8 for a different reason, to get out of the
Your spidey
way.
senses. Your spidey.
Yeah,
That's your
but
spidey
it
senses
wasn't. It
working.
wasn't intended as a way of sidestepping your threat. It more like, how do I get my knight to on G8 into the game? The more I'm looking at this, I'm not happy. I do believe that white's for choice, Cristian. The knight on G8 and the knight on F6 are stepping in each other's toes, and I like this H3 G4 because I can't resolve my kingside
She played
development.
queen e3.
Queen E3.
I sort
Was
of
it-
like this idea. So
Was it possible she was afraid of G4 E3?
I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
G4 e3 and maybe just sacrifice the pawn, and at
Get
least
some
that gives you some
play.
counter chance.
Queen E3 was her choice.
I like
Okay.
this move.
You do?
Okay, but
H6.
H6 is the...
Yes, but now I go bishop f4, and you still don't have time to go g5 yet
Why not?
because of queen takes c5.
Ah. But yes,
Yes.
that's nice. Queen takes C5.
Well, bishop f4 is coming. Let's see if
And now,
that's...
Moment of truth.
now be careful.
Don't
There
miss
is
that.
Queen takes C5.
Don't miss that. And if you go b6, by the way, now I'm starting to have some squares, yeah? c6, bishop a4, bishop c6 ideas.
Right.
It's going to be challenged by the bishop on f5 coming back to d7, but still, it's a square.
But
Also,
by the way, this is a nice tempo. I mean, white doesn't lose anything. If you play b6 and I play g4,
Be-
it's like I've included the move queen e3. Sorry, Jody.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only way that I can see to defend this is to go knight d7. I know there's a lot of dancing around with the
But
knights.
isn't there a g4 issue?
yes,
The
that's a
bishop,
big issue.
I was hoping for g5.
g5 I take, and then I take with the knight on f4, and my knight comes to e6.
Yeah. Okay, this is bad news.
yeah.
No. Okay, no,
You-
knight
you-
d7. Okay.
You like what
And can you-
Cristian said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm not even
You know.
going to go there.
Yeah, right?
Don't look back.
Don't look back. Yeah.
In fact, white right now, according to the engine, has a decisive advantage.
I don't doubt it, because
Decisive.
queen takes c5 is a huge tempo, g4, and this pawn could just be dropping off. And again,
She has to defend it, right? She has to go b6. And now I can play simple chess. I can just go castle, apparently. Short castle.
Yeah. Well, there your king.
Oh, what? Whoa.
She missed it.
No, queen takes
Queen
c5.
takes c5, and Alice
Oh, she
did
missed
not
it.
have to be asked twice.
She missed it.
Wow.
This is game over. You don't even have king d7 because of bishop a4.
Oi.
King to d7.
This is completely game over.
Bishop a4 check. Ouch. And if you have to go back,
I take on
well,
d6.
thank
This is
you
game
so
over.
much.
She can resign at this point.
She just lost her center. Yep, that's it.
That's resignation in one move.
She missed it.
Wow.
And it's an easy move to miss because you're kind of complacent. You think your structure D6, E5 is just so strong that nothing is attacking it. Queen C5, cold shower. Ouch.
Yeah.
But I think already something had gone wrong right here with this move, knight D7, F6. That after that move, bishop to C2, white was really in the driver's seat. The other move, bishop G5, knight, that's a lot more unclear because the knight would end up on the E5 square. The current position, well, sadly for Naji's fans, it's game over.
King D8.
And she moves her king to D8, but
King D8, bishop takes.
bishop takes pawn.
After this one, Nazi is going to be in a must-win situation. Bishop
Right.
takes D6.
Well, what's really tragic is you just played the move G6, G5, saying to the bishop, you must move. And white says, okay, if you insist, I will play bishop takes D6. And it's like, no, that was not what I had in mind when I played the move G5. So the bishop can come back, queen will come back. Terrible things are going to be happening.
Maybe I can try to be even more aggressive, try to get the knight to
I was
D4.
thinking knight to D4.
Knight to D4 looks, wow,
Yeah.
looks overwhelming, that's for sure.
The problem is, you also, once again, the knight on G8 is not going anywhere.
True.
You cannot go to E7 because the exchange and the bishop on F5 is hanging.
Exactly.
She
Knight
goes for
D4.
Knight D4, and is there any rooks T8s? You know, I'm just really trying
Yeah.
desperate shots.
It is a grovel, right? Yeah, queen goes to B4, ideas of bishop A4, even possibility of queen A5 check, but yeah, well, I'm two
Yeah.
pawns up, and I've got the attack.
Okay, and okay, so whilst things are looking great for
Grim.
13-year-old Alice Lee, is what I want to say.
Naji, yes. What is happening in the game between Wesley and
It looked
not
like quite
too
a
much
calm.
has happened.
It looked like quite a calm game,
Queen.
and then
Oops, sorry.
something happened.
Let
So,
me refresh my board. I apologize. Something did happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we left it, we saw the move Queen E7. An idea we considered in a different setup was check and Bishop E4 and A5. Wow. A5. I find that kind of remarkable. He must have been afraid of B4 and rook takes B7, rook takes D7 ideas. A5, Queen F4. Well, this one I think we can all spot.
Yes.
I mean, Queen takes H6 check, taking advantage of the fact that the pawn on G7 is pinned. King H7. Whoa. G4. Well, guess who woke up in a combative mood today? I mean, G4. What do you say about them apples, Christian?
I love it.
You love it?
G5 is coming. How do you defend against it? F6? Maybe F6. Maybe F6 is not such a bad move.
What
There's-
about you, Jovi?
There's a
You
grandmaster
like,
that says never play F6, but
yeah. You like exposing your king like that?
No, not really, but you know, sometimes the
Desperate
urge is a
times,
little bit
right?
irresistible to go forward with the pawns. But okay, so
Okay, so
G5 is a
personally,
huge threat, right? That's-
well, personally, I hate the move. Okay, so let me be frank. So let's say I even
Okay.
encourage you.
Go for it.
G5. Okay. F6. I mean, I think you're exposing your king more than you're getting to my king.
And then G takes H6.
G takes H6. Let's go for it. G5. Oh my. Somebody's having some fun here. I'm not sure who's doing the.
Yeah, I understand.
Let me play E5. I apologize. Let me play E5. What I want to do is I want to close down your bishop, which I've successfully done. And if you have to play Queen E4 check, I will in that case play the move G6. My rook on A7 was just a move to parry any threats of Queen F5 check, attacking my knight. So, in other words, I was just challenging the idea.
Yeah.
Shall we go back just a second? So G5, F6. This is the current situation, and I'm suggesting Rook A7 is a pass move. G5,
It's a
F6.
good one, yeah.
So I wanted to ask, really, how big a threat is G5?
What happens if I go pawn to...
So what if I just take
Take on
Well, yeah,
F6?
but if you take on...
with the H pawn?
yeah, that's what we were discussing just now. And then E5.
And I was trying to close down this bishop.
Yes, I was being very sneaky. You know, I
Well,
was
thank you
just,
very much. I mean, all compliments gratefully received. I've been called a lot worse than sneaky, I got to tell you. Sneaky.
Oh,
And that's
and we do
resignation.
have a
And
result.
we do have a result. Let's just see what the final position looked like. I mean, it was an accident in the center of the board here for Naji, as we left it. Bishop takes d6. Ooh dear. Queen d7, knight d4, rook c8, queen b4. Ideas of bishop a4 suddenly are in the position, and after knight e8, bishop e5, rook a7, g4.
Yeah. Asking a
And
question to the bishop, you have to let go of the E6 square.
No. This was disaster. I mean, sometimes it's good just to play a really, really, really horrible game, because then it's not on your mind anymore. You don't kick yourself. You lose a game that's really close. A tempo here or a tempo there makes all the difference. No.
Yeah.
That can haunt you. This game doesn't. That was just a bad
This is
day.
a bad day at the
Right.
office, and then you can continue. And like you say,
Exactly.
there's some liberation actually from the
Right.
feelings of tension that you're
right.
feeling, because you know
Now you're free. Now
exactly.
the
now
next
you've got,
game.
you know exactly what you have to do. You know,
Right.
It's ride or die time.
Exactly. And here is the big moment of the blunder. She has just played the move Queen E3, did Alice, setting up this nasty Queen takes C5 check.
She was
played
only
G5.
looking on one side of the board.
Exactly. And Alice, boy.
And look at the head shake. You see the head shake? Immediately after she sees Alice reaching for that pawn, she understands this is
Right.
over.
Oh. Queen takes C5. We've all been there, done that. Let's jump to the elimination bracket for
Yeah.
the open section, as we've got this game between Wesley and Levon. And Levon has played this move G4, and I just asked, is G5 a threat? So I made this move Rook A7. Should he play H4? What
That's
should he
also
do?
He said
Possible?
no. He says, I'm going to go G5.
He went down your route.
No,
but
he
the
played knight
accelerated-
F6.
Accelerated version. No, he did knight F6.
Knight F6. There was a difference, because what I really wanted to do was blunt this bishop,
Yeah.
and I did want to play F6 and E5 to do that. I didn't want to see the queen landing on C7. That was where Rook A7 also came from. Levon was much more aggressive. He just said, you play G4, dude. You want to play G5? And
Aren't you getting mated? Okay,
I was
G5.
going to ask this. Like the caveman
Wow.
says, you know,
the
take the
caveman
pawn.
approach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Put the king on G8, and I see mate. I go for mate, and I'm thinking queen H4.
Queen
the end.
H4.
Yeah,
is it?
bishop takes knight
Sure.
in the air.
Exactly, and you.
Right?
This looks
exactly.
This looks gross. Does he want to run?
Probably.
He wants to make room for his king in case a bishop
But-
takes F. Please, yeah.
And if you carry on, you continue with
How do we
the
continue?
the club approach. Now I'm going to clubber you to
Right,
death.
right.
I was thinking E4.
E4.
Yeah.
Okay, that I
Okay.
understand the caveman approach now. I mean, I get it. You're going to hit me with E4, E5, and I'm going to be hurting.
Yeah.
No, E5. Stop that. Stop hurting me. Actually, now that I think about it, can I hurt you? Takes.
No,
takes.
that's not part of the deal. You
Yeah,
go
right.
knight. I was thinking you might go.
Because there could be a check on the back rank that.
Oh, hang
might-
on. No. Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook.
You're going to be so proud of me, yes.
Oh,
I
here
see
it
a pawn.
comes.
Queen H8 check.
Sweet.
But I lose the E4 pawn, so it's a bad one.
Well, no, but E6 is hanging. I like what you. This actually happened in the World Championship match between Alexander Alekhine and Professor Max Erva, and both players have missed this Queen H8 combination. You're right. You are losing E4 because I forgot about F2. I thought.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, you found a combination that two world champions didn't. So, okay, to take a bow, early morning, that's all you get. That's it. It's all downhill from here.
Exactly.
No more fun for you.
Moment.
Wild. Okay, what's happening, Cristian? What say the engines?
It's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
It truly is not that easy. Yeah, Queen to H4, Rook FD8, and it seems like I have to do something along the lines of Bishop to E5. And by the way, Bishop to E5 is the only move that maintains the advantage. Probably for the reason that we have kind of understood. Black wants to play E5 and close shop for the bishop on B2. So let's get the bishop to E5 and stabilize the position as it is. And now Rook to D5, still working against the bishop on E5. Rook takes D5. I would assume E takes D5. You cannot move with a knight, you get checkmated. Knight takes D5. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck escaping with the queen on E7. Yeah. That's game over. So this is the critical variation right now. If he doesn't do that and black manages to stabilize the position, well, the pawn structure for black is better. You are a bit overextended with your pieces on the king side. So it's not that easy, right? You need to be very careful. If I manage to exchange both rooks on the d file, then black could even be better at some point. Only 6 minutes right now remaining for Wesley. So against 10 minutes, and I have to say, Levon's moves are easy. You're just defending against checkmate.
King
H1. He's going for rook to G1.
Yes, he is. I mean, the caveman approach of, hey, I've got the half-open G file.
It's a decent move, yeah.
For first blush, I kind of like that move, actually.
It's a good move.
Rook to D8. Okay, that preps the king walk.
Rook takes D8.
Rook takes D8. Rook takes D8.
And then rook to G1.
And then rook to G1 is what Wesley has in mind. Now, the king is potentially not happy on this light square diagonal. I mean, there is a queen B7.
Mm-hmm. And maybe this king to H1 was a really good move.
Was a good move,
Wesley.
or
it seems like it was a really good move by Wesley. Yes.
Why? So we're expecting rook takes D8.
But queen B7, I have E4, right?
Sorry, just a second. I just want to see that queen B7 check.
Or wait, give me just 1 second.
Sorry.
Isn't knight F3?
Well, no. I mean it's white to move here.
Right.
Yeah,
rook to G1.
Rook to G1, queen B7, and after he just wants to go knight F3.
So after E4, you want to go bishop D4, right? Is that your move?
After E4, my intention was bishop to D4.
Bishop to D4. Okay.
But what about F3?
F3 first. Yeah.
Okay. I will back off, as they say. Okay.
And queen moves to
H4.
What if I get in now? Yeah.
And then my intention, whether you like it or not, was to munch this pawn.
Okay.
And I was going to get on my walking shoes and
hide in E7. But hang on, can you hide? Yeah, you can hide. That's unfortunate. Okay.
You do have a way maybe of snaring my queen. I'm not 100% sure about this. Takes, check, and maybe rook takes G7.
How? Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so there's tactics here. And how does the engine feel about this move, King H1, Cristian?
Very good.
Very good.
Yes. The engine wasn't even spotting that move, King to H1, previously. And after he played it, the engine is now jumping and giving an almost decisive advantage to white.
Wow. I would not have guessed that, Jovi. Would you? I mean,
No.
I like the initiative. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a nice attack. I had no idea it was deadly. I just thought that...
so it is actually knight to F3 in the line that we discussed.
Queen B7 check, knight to F3.
Knight F3, and this is just brute force right now, because you go knight E8.
Yeah.
And now I take on G7.
With the bishop.
With the bishop, yes.
And
Knight
queen
takes
F6.
F6.
I was thinking that I would always have bishop F8, but
And
queen
everything
F6,
comes with tempo.
You
I
take.
take on G7.
Yeah, I didn't see
Isn't that
this.
nice? I didn't see it either. I thought I was going to take on. Nicely done.
And then this endgame is just very unpleasant. I take,
now
I
you're
go
pawn
king
up.
G2, pawn up, weak king for black. This is not
Exactly.
Wow.
Wow.
Incredible stuff.
That extra pawn. Very meaningful. Very meaningful.
6 minutes right now for both players remaining. Difficult position for Levon, and he's thinking, what to recapture with on D8?
Yeah.
You know what I missed, Cristian, when you
Yes.
came on broadcast? One of the things that you've been telling us is how these players match up head to head in
Yes.
classical and rapids, and you didn't give me that content that I love. That who's better in rapid chess between these
Take
two guys?
it with the producer. Yasser, come on. You know better than that.
Take it out with the producer.
Blame me for everything.
Where's my agent?
Well, yeah. But I do know the last in 2022.
Yeah.
So I mean, 2023,
ancient,
yeah,
ancient.
2023, 2 draws in Tata Steel and WR Masters.
Okay.
And then, in 2022, the 2 have been trading blows.
Okay.
So I know that Wesley lost in 23 moves somewhere in one of the Grand Chess Tour.
Really, 23 moves. That's,
Yeah.
Wow. That's a
There's a big one, and
Yeah,
then but the
he-
2 kind of trade blows all the time.
boy. Before you said that, I mean, Wesley losing a miniature.
Yeah.
He had to have been 9 years old at the time he lost a
Right.
miniature.
Sometimes
he
it
doesn't do
happens.
that anymore. The Queen B7 check is on the board, and it's this Knight F3 move. And what are you going to do?
And I really have to tell you, I mean, I was just so impressed with the way Wesley played yesterday in the rapid portion against Hikaru.
Especially,
He
yeah.
outplayed him with the white pieces, then he beat him on demand with the black pieces.
Okay.
He could have easily won that match 2-0
Oh,
in
yes.
the rapid portion.
Oh yes.
After that, in the Blitz, it was a completely different story. Hikaru really started to warm up the engines.
So to speak.
But yes, in the rapid portion, Wesley is really, really good.
Sorry to interrupt, but Levon has been thinking so long
For good reason.
that he really is seriously considering Queen takes D8.
Well, shall we look at that?
Yeah,
then?
let's have a gander at Queen takes D8. I'm assuming the same move, Rook G1,
He's trying to set up the defense of the knight on F6, bishop to E7.
Bishop to E7. This almost feels like something's going to go badly wrong here, and he has captured with the Queen. And I have asked, and look at our producers taking care of us. Lifetime matchup.
10
Wow.
wins for Wesley, and 15 to Levon.
That's a score I wouldn't have guessed that.
But sometimes these
Wow.
they're a bit deceptive because, of course, Wesley is younger than Levon, so some of those victories might have come when Wesley was
They
a
still count.
teenager.
I'm sure he remembers those 15 wins, all of them. Queen takes D8, Rook G1 rather quickly, and Bishop E7. As you said, Cristian, Levon setting up a defense of his knight, and E3, E4 very quickly. Well, what did you call it? Caveman chess?
Yeah, caveman.
The brutal
There's another
approach.
threat.
Let's get the
Big
club
threat.
out.
Get to
Yeah.
F7.
He wants to play E5, drive the knight away, expose the F7 pawn. No can do. Queen E8, almost forced, right?
But Queen E8, don't I have knight takes E6?
Queen E8, knight takes E6, and in this case, bishop takes F6. Got it. Ouch.
And this might be the best option for Levon. Just bishop takes F6, Queen F6, Queen F7, and you're a pawn down, but at least you simplify the position massively.
Wait, yeah.
Take, Queen F7, defend everything, and try to defend this type of endgames with a pawn down.
Yeah. It's a
Well,
difficult move to play though, because
Sure.
instinctively you'll be looking at a more active approach. Like for instance,
Well,
I was
here-
thinking of ways to try to counterattack. It's not possible.
well, here, again, that caveman, and he's
Queen
played
E8.
Queen E8, which, as you said, it does offer a pawn.
I don't think
to
you want to
break
take that
the
pawn.
attack.
I really don't think you want to take that pawn.
Maybe drop back and just say, because that last line where you get to go bishop takes on g7, knight f3.
That's an ice-cold move right there.
Do we move our king? If we move our king, oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear,
yes.
wait a minute. Wait a minute, I have a problem here. I may have
You
to
have a
simply
big
go back.
problem.
Bishop takes f6 is a deadly
But is
threat.
it-
But don't I have
Queen
queen
H-
g5 now?
What about queen h6?
Queen h6.
Ooh, you're being even more aggressive than I am.
Right, I see mate, I want mate.
I love it.
I like
That's
I
the way
like
to do
your cave girl approach.
But,
I like it. No,
Yeah,
Queen h6
but
is
knight
really,
F-
really strong.
okay, but how realistic is it to play knight f3? You've got to be ice cold, I agree with
Right.
Cristian, but you know, just to ignore that siren there on
Right.
e6, that's like
No,
singing to you.
The siren's call is too strong for me. I cannot resist. If Thor himself said, "Do not take on e6," I'd say,
No, I
"Thor,
don't think it's a
you're
good
wrong."
idea. I don't think he's going to take on e6.
You think knight f3?
I think that endgame is just too simplified.
Okay.
Well, let's take a
You
look
only
again.
have a majority
Knight,
on the king side. Yeah, you have the three versus 2. That's not going to be enough in a rook endgame.
Knight f3. I know it looks ugly. May I play knight h5,
Queen h6.
queen h6, f6? I know it looks
What about rook
brazen.
g6?
G6?
Rook g6?
Rook g6, knight f4.
No, don't
Oh!
get mated. Don't get
Checkmate.
mated.
Oh, hockey mate. Oh.
You still have queen
This is
b5.
where we say,
No, no,
yes,
go-
sir.
Let me show you what you may have overlooked.
Go back. The game is not over.
The game's
Yeah.
not over after
Okay.
knight
After
is-
rook g6, you still have queen b5, right?
Of course, of course.
You can defend the knight from the other side.
The knight must hold. Thou shalt not pass.
So, where's the end? Because I have queen f1 ideas as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You have to be careful.
That's annoying.
This might still be winning, like e5.
E5, yeah.
You give me a check, and I go rook g1.
Well, he doesn't
Queen
play
h4. He didn't take the pawn. The siren was not calling. Oh, excuse me. The knight remains on g5. The queen goes to h4. It's not that we're threatening bishop takes f6 and queen h7, but we are maybe threatening e5. That asks a very salient question. I like
Yeah.
queen h4. How do we meet Cave Girl?
And can you do moves like queen c6?
Okay,
It's
that's
a very
a
frisky move, you know,
yeah,
because
but it's like one of those, you know, whatever doesn't lose, you've got to
Right.
try type of things. F3, just reinforcing the same threat of
Yeah.
E5. I mean, if you come down, one day I may just simply take this guy and take the rook, right? You know what I mean, the
I
skewer,
know
sorry.
exactly what you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Levon doesn't have too much time to solve
What
these
is the
problems.
time?
He has less than 2 minutes on the clock.
And
And
by the way,
Wesley-
that's a practical decision, that
Yeah.
queen h4, not to go into that ending where, because Levon can play that ending with 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and this one,
This
well,
one
you
is
gotta
much
burn the
harsh.
fuel.
Yes, queen h4, big threat of e5. We're looking at queen c6, followed by f3, and that clock is ticking.
It's now down to 1.5 minutes. Oh, the price of
Queen
a move.
c6, here we go. f2,
Significant.
f3 is going to come a la tempo.
And Wesley has just around about 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Lots of time.
Yeah.
Lots
So
of time.
anticipating f3, which has
played it. Yep.
happened, and e5, drive. Oh, here we go. I can go queen c2 to defend the h. No,
But
then,
queen c2,
then
your
you
rook on
take my
a8.
rook.
Yeah.
Yes.
We already saw that.
Yeah.
I saw queen c2 first
Yeah.
to defend h7, then I remembered the rook, and
Your rook gets tapped
Yes.
on the shoulder. Hey,
yeah,
you don't have a buddy anymore. Queen on c6 is not defending you.
you are undefended. Sorry, let me just refresh. Apologies for that as I get up to date. I like having the score of the moves in the proper place.
And Levon under 1 minute. I'm just wondering whether
Is there a defense? I don't see anything.
If he doesn't see anything, what I
I
would be
don't see-
looking at is just go e5.
E5.
E5 and then move the rook to a protected square.
Maybe
Exactly.
the only way, yeah.
Only way. I agree with you. That I mean, you don't.
played it.
You can't allow e4, e5, and the queen landing on h7. So bishop takes e5. Find a square, d8, c8, some square that just gets you out of this queen h7, h8 business, and hope that.
3 seconds for Levon. Oh, did you see the way he looked at the clock?
Yeah.
Do I have
I did.
knight h7 now?
Well, first of all, I put the rook on d8, and I think you do have
10 seconds for
I think
Levon.
I think I'm
Aronian.
going to have to play rook
He played rook
a7.
Rook a7? Okay.
Wow.
What is that?
Well, that was something I wanted to do a millennium ago. He's defending the bishop. He's getting out of queen a8, but that's about all. You said knight h7, and I'll ask the same question as well. What about knight h7?
Well, now with the rook on a7, after knight h7, maybe you have knight e8 moves.
Bingo.
Because the bishop on e7 is protected.
Gotcha. That's very pretty. Okay.
But let's try to find something else.
Jovi, we need you to
Yeah.
bring your club to the club.
Yes. It's I'm looking, so the first things I'm thinking of, bishop takes knight, as you always do.
Right.
And if I can't see anything directly, maybe it's just, okay, relax. Okay.
How about just coming back from where you were? Let's just go all the way and say, you know, e4, e5 was a great threat a time or two ago. How about let's do it again?
Well, I have
I-
to say, right now, Wesley is playing a perfect game.
Yeah.
Is he really?
I was
Yes,
going to say,
wow.
this is going
it's
to
just
go.
incredible.
This
he,
is gonna
he
go
opened
in
up the
this
G file,
instruction.
G4, G5, and right now he's just taking the most clinical approach to this position. Every single move is with a purpose.
Wow. It's not one of the children's books, you know. It's like this is too cruel.
Yeah,
to
this would
be
be
a
in
child.
like win with the collie or whatever. This.
Right. Okay. So rook a7, and just get the bishop out of the way. We're in and play for e4, e5. Levon looks like he's really suffering this.
Is it important where you put the bishop? Because I was just thinking, if you go bishop a1, maybe
Yes.
there's some bishop c5s.
Ah, of course. Bishop c5, e5 takes. Maybe I want to stop bishop c5.
And then there's pawn takes pawn, and then everything is protected.
True that. I can go. Yeah. Okay. That's a good point. Then I should stop bishop c5. Is
Yeah.
what you mean? I should play bishop d4, stop bishop c5, and then press on with.
Okay,
e5.
let's try to be fancy after bishop c5. So bishop a1, bishop c5, let's find some fun lines.
I'm sure we can do that.
Well, Wesley
Knight
is getting
h7.
ready to make a move.
Ooh.
How is this move?
Knight e8.
Come on, take my rook, Yasser. Make my day.
Okay. Okay. I'll fall for it.
Knight takes f6, g
And,
takes, and bishop takes f6.
and I've got
There's
no
no
check.
defense.
I've got no check on the first rank anymore.
Thank you
Oops.
for making my day.
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Good man. Good man.
See, that's all I do is I bring happiness and joy into
You do, yes,
other
sir.
lives. I am a river to my people.
Okay, bishop takes
Bishop
knight.
takes f6. Now
That's
that-
unexpected.
That is truly unexpected. We were going in all kinds of directions, but not there.
Okay, he saw something very forced. Now the question is what?
Queen f4, knight h7 is a big threat.
Knight h7 is a huge threat at the moment.
It feels like he's slipping a little
But
bit right now.
yeah, didn't that let a?
What if I just take on g5 and go g6? Can I just
Well,
try to hide like that?
I don't know if that's a joy.
It's not pretty.
It is
It
not
definitely
pretty.
is not pretty.
Yeah.
But maybe I don't have anything
Well,
else.
he's
well, he's
played
going
it,
for it, but no, I don't like
and
this.
you've got to play g6. Well, unless you do, no,
I would
you.
get
I
And
think
traded
queen
the
checks.
queens.
I think queen f6,
Queen
and that
f6.
endgame might be lost with those pawns, but
Yeah.
it's worth a shot.
7 seconds for
Seven.
Levon.
I think he's going to go
He's
for
got to
queen
play
f6.
He's got
G6.
three.
No,
He goes
F6.
No, f6 is very
No.
unexpected.
Oh, that didn't help.
No.
He's
F6
got king G8. Sorry, E8 is covered. He's got king G8.
played
Levon
with
is
5
still.
seconds. He's still surviving. He's still in this.
Wow, wow,
I'm
wow.
not sure for long though. He's got like rook d1 coming. Look, there you go, on the board.
This
Interesting.
almost
Wesley
reminds
has a little
me.
bit of a lift with his pieces. He kind of lifted up the rook.
Yeah.
A lot of people slide. I'm a slider. I slide the pieces, just as rook a7 to a8 was a slide.
And now
H4.
h4 coming.
But guys, this is far from clear anymore.
No, this is not the bishop d4, bishop
What do you have?
a1
You're an
lines.
extra pawn. I mean, my king might arguably right now be safer than yours on g8.
I'm
That's
not
an
sure about that.
argument that I wouldn't make, because I've always got queen d5. If I ever felt that my king was
Oh,
even-
that's fine. But then we make a draw most likely, right? We simplify the position more and more.
Well,
I'm not
hang on a
sure.
second.
I've got rook b5. That's going to be.
But
I
why-
think the move queen e7 was designed to stop queen d5 suddenly, because queen d5 followed by queen trades and rook to b5 might be unpleasant.
But white is a pawn up and
Yes.
has got the better pieces. So I
you.
don't see how, maybe Levon will hold on, but
Just,
that's about it.
just going to say Captain Obvious. I love it. I pawn up in the better pieces. Hang on. A queen d5 check, king h8, queen d6. Yeah, Wesley was recognizing that rook and pawn ending with the king on g3, and Levon, same thing. He's saying, I hear you, but queen d7, I'm being persistent. I like this move, queen d7, a lot.
I like it, yeah.
Queen g6, queen g4 check. If you go back, I've got rook to d7, and then I'm feeling that white, with the extra pawn and the better pieces,
Yeah.
Again, the clock is becoming a very big factor.
He's picking up
Queen
another one.
takes b6.
Wait a minute.
Here
but
I am.
Oh,
I'm the
no.
great pawn grubber in the family, but even this one, I had my doubts.
Okay,
Queen
can I-
e5 check?
Can I go queen e5 and rook c2? What is that?
Yeah.
Well, queen e5 check is on the board, that's for sure.
What is that?
Well, I've got queen d8
And rook d2.
and rook d2.
Yes, that might be what Wesley's trying to do. But even so, where do you put the king first?
Okay, I go h3.
Now rook c2.
So, king h3,
Rook c2.
rook c2, check,
King h7.
and rook d2.
And now rook d1.
And now rook d1.
I'm trying to
And you
hit
also,
it from behind.
yeah.
Yes.
you also have checks as well with the queen. So I
King
king
h3,
h3 on the
okay.
board.
Okay, so this is the current position. Levon to play,
Rook
and he plays
C3.
rook c3.
Wait a minute.
Rook
Oh,
c3.
this is getting dangerous. A queen, I would move my queen to f2.
Queen
Queen
f2.
f2, queen takes c4.
Queen takes
And
e4.
I would lose.
Careful.
Check to d8 and rook to d3? Isn't that a transposition to the position we
That's
just had?
probably what he has to do. Yes.
Check, king h7, rook to d3.
Whoa.
King
King
G4.
g4.
No, wait.
What is Wesley
No,
doing?
no, this cannot be
A
good.
good general leads
And you got
his army into battle. King g4? Well, he's one move away from claiming rook d5. Would claim the game.
Rook C2.
c2, trying to get in sneak in a check. Times again. They're down to 30 seconds for the players.
Levon is 30 seconds and Wesley is 34 seconds. And
Queen d8, rook
Kay-
d2, what we anticipated.
Right, a time ago though.
But now that the king is so far away, can I go rook c1, rook c2? How do you defend against that?
rook,
Just rook c1.
Yeah,
rook
that's what I was
c1.
thinking.
So you're threatening a potential rook g1.
Yes.
So you have to block it with rook d1. That's just
But
a
rook
draw.
d1, rook c2.
Yeah, that would be a draw.
Maybe you have to go rook g2.
Oh, That's really seizing the defensive, isn't it?
But if you go rook g2, you also have g.
By the way,
E6,
queen e6 check.
Queen e3, queen
queen
e5.
e5.
Isn't he inviting the king to just kind of come back into
Come back where? If you go king g2, I think what he wants is queen b2.
queen, and you want to go into a queen ending, two
Well,
pawns down, or
One pawn, because I'm going to take the
you'll
a2
take
pawn.
on a2.
And I think that might be enough since you don't have a passed pawn yet.
Okay, well,
Not going to be an easy defense, even that one. But at least I have my chances.
So you're suggesting king g2. Oh, he went king h3. And the moment we were going to look at king g2, queen b2, he went king h3. There's a queen e6 check, isn't there?
Rook c3.
Rook c3. Now I'm confused. Now I can play king
King what?
g2
Queen f4.
and rook f2
And I pick up the pawn on h4.
on h4.
Yeah.
Well, he's done it.
Might have to do it.
I mean, the pawn on h4 wasn't
It's not that important, right?
Yes.
It might actually even help me
a little
at
bit,
some point
right?
opening up the h file. Maybe I'll have some checks later on.
Yeah, and he's done it. Ooh, Levon instantly said, I don't need no h4 pawn.
That's because he was giving up the a5 pawn. He didn't want to see that.
And he defends the a5 pawn and says, okay, your turn.
That's so difficult. I would
And
play queen d2.
Queen takes d2, h4, and rook g5. Queen d2, Jovi?
You know, he's moved
Queen d7?
queen d7.
Hesitatingly. So he wants queen takes h4, queen h3. Let's trade queens on the h file. By the way, if you don't take on h4, queen g4, he's got to, and there goes the queen trade. And what's this rook and pawn ending? Did Levon scramble his way to a potential draw?
It feels very close to it, right?
Right? Very close.
Very close to it. I mean, I'm not saying it's a draw right now.
No.
But it feels
It's
very
still
close to
White's got all of the opportunity.
G5. I mean, the material is so limited that you're going to have to
Okay,
be
but
very
the question
precise
is
with white.
rook and rook. Yes,
Yeah,
Jovi?
I like your idea, but also
Yes.
there's also, I just want to point out, rook b2, a3, b4 is also another thing.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. I like this a3.
He's going for it.
Rook to d2. This is a big threat.
That's a big threat. Yes.
This is huge.
That's a huge threat right now.
a4
Giving up the pawn.
right away. Now this, I feel, should be winning.
How? I'm not convinced. I'm still not convinced.
Not convinced.
So you take on a4, right?
Right.
No, I'm thinking b4, sorry.
Ah, you want to go b4?
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
And then go rook b2.
b2, if I can. He took.
Yeah,
Can't
now
blame a
rook to
guy
c4.
for grabbing the pawn.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I think this is very close to a draw right now.
I'm not sure. Suppose I play a3, rook takes rook a2.
But a3, I go rook c3 maybe.
Aha.
By the way,
Okay.
none of this will happen because he played rook d6 and a6.
Now the king comes in. King will come into h5.
Perhaps right now, since they're down their last like 30 seconds, we can watch the bird's eye view.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be fast enough with our analysis anyway.
I love this still looks winning to me. He's going to play rook check and a7, and
He's
then the
getting
king's
that
getting
king
to g6.
Yes, yes, he is.
He's getting and also king h6 and rook b7 ensures that you get to the g6 square.
He might get it, guys.
Yep,
He might actually, but what a labored game, right?
truly.
I mean, this truly went all the way to maybe winning for white out of the opening. Levon fighting his way back into the game, and right now, with clinical precision, it seems like Wesley might be converting this one.
Exactly.
Oh,
30 seconds.
30 seconds for Levon, and it's ticking down.
Oh.
He touched the rook.
He
Gotta
did.
move
He
it.
has to move it.
What's wrong with rook a3?
Well, he's trying to set up some cheapos, but
Hey, get the pawn to a7. Let's go.
absolutely, rook check and pawn to a7. Something to be said for king h6? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
Get the pawn to a7.
Pawn to a7 can't be bad. I mean, that's just such a powerful pawn now.
And you know what the problem is, especially with the rook on a4?
What's that?
You will not be able to take the pawn on on e4, excuse me, with the king, because I'm always going to have ideas of rook to b4, check. So for example, king g6, king f4, I take on f6, you take on f3, I take on g5, you cannot take on e4.
So is rook f7 an idea, just to stop the king
I
getting to
love
f4
rook
and then
f7.
king g6?
Yeah, I love.
Rook
Oops.
e7.
e7.
No, I actually wanted to go for the pawns, king g6. I don't know why he didn't go for that.
Yeah.
Rook e7 check, king f4, e5? Is that his idea?
What?
e5?
What's e5 doing?
I don't know.
e5, f takes e5?
I'm a little curious as to what his idea might be after king
17
f4.
It might be that,
Seconds.
yes, you might be right.
And the players, after this game, are going to take a 45-minute
And
break and do it
E5.
all over again. e5.
Okay.
What's happening here, guys?
e6? e6.
e6, king f5. You better be careful not to get checkmated. Don't
E6,
get checkmated,
king
Yasser.
F5. Don't get checkmated. He's missed it.
By the way, wait a minute.
He
If you
missed-
take on f6, I go king f5.
Right.
And now you go king h6 only, but now my g-pawn runs. This is not easy anymore. 58 seconds for
Ooh,
Levon.
And the table base has popped up, and it's telling us
Draw.
Wesley has squandered the win.
He
it's
did.
a draw.
It's a draw.
Oh my word. And squandered the draw and the time advantage too.
He did that with Hikaru as well. Completely winning position, beautiful outplaying process, and right now squanders it with low time on his clock.
Oh
20
my 20
seconds.
seconds. What a turn, what a save. You just have to sometimes tip your hat. And say,
Chapeau to Levon for sure.
right?
Yeah. And now 10 seconds for Wesley.
Well, now you start to think, okay, I should be making the draw. And, well...
Right, be careful not to lose this.
Be careful not
I
to
think
lose
he'll
it
go
indeed.
king f8.
He might have to at this point, but 6 seconds. Rook
King
b7.
b7. Okay.
Okay, so he
And
does
actually
have
only
a
one way
check.
to draw, and that's actually by pushing the g-pawn. Of course, Levon does this.
Which,
Levon that plays.
Yeah. And now rook b1 is his idea,
I am
obviously.
assuming rook
5,
b1.
4,
3, 2, and
Oh, calmly done.
2 seconds on the clock.
okay, this is basically an invitation to make a draw, yeah?
Right,
King,
rook
to
takes
b1,
and
I
king
take on
f4.
a7.
Yep.
Yeah, rook takes and king f4, and then you get ready to sacrifice your rook.
Yeah, you
and-
can take on f7 if you want and go king f4. This is over.
Well, at the opening of the show, we said thrills and spills. And we're not being disappointed with this one.
Now rook takes
You know
pawn.
who's
It ha-
disappointed? Wesley is disappointed with this one. I
True.
can guarantee you that.
Rook. He promoted to a rook, by the way, not to. Yeah.
And king against king. What
Wow. Sometimes, wow, what a save. I loved your move, rook f7, Jovi. I just thought that the one thing you don't want to see in this position is the king coming to f4, and you spotted it right away. I thought Cristian liked king g6, but I just like freezing my opponent's pieces because I think after rook f7, king g6 is unstoppable,
Yeah.
and then you just make the harvest of the king side. But let's take a look at the results of these two very eventful games.
Very eventful, and there we see after twists and turns and full of
Yes.
surprises, the game did eventually end in a draw, and the players will come back in around about 40 minutes and do the same again with colours reversed.
And in the other elimination game,
Oh, it was a beautiful miniature for Alice Lee against Naji-Pakitsa. Naji now is in a must-win situation with the white pieces.
and I must say, it was such a one-sided game that for Naji, it doesn't even count.
No, it
You
doesn't
put it down,
count.
she's got to come back, forget all about it, and win with the white pieces. But as we get ready. We have Cristian with a very, very special guest in studio, a certain Mr. Rex Sinquefield.
Very special guest indeed, the co-founder of the St. Louis Chess Club, Mr. Rex Sinquefield. Rex, first of all, welcome to the show. We've had so many amazing matches so far.
Oh, it's been incredible. And we've had the best commentary in the world of all time.
You're always nice about that. Thank you very much,
I'm
Rex.
always honest about it.
What was your favorite match?
Oh,
I'll put you on the spot.
I guess it would be one of the games with Fabi. Although this last one was interesting, but it was pretty clear it was headed toward a draw.
That match, I would assume, is the one that went all the way to Armageddon.
Yes.
Between himself and Levon. Now, tell us a bit about this format, because I know you have your doubts, but right now we have a lot.
No, I like it, and I've been querying
Yep.
many people, and I haven't seen anybody that doesn't like it. Some of them have a little trouble understanding it at first, and that's understandable, especially if you're in the midst of it. But I think it's generated a lot of excitement, and it hasn't been used very often, so people are saying, why don't we try it in all of our other tournaments? Well, that's a bit, bit much, but...
If you would play in the tournament, which time control do you think would suit you the best?
If my opponent got no time at all.
Yes. Guys, join the conversation. Yes, sir. Jovi.
That's fair. Rex, I tell you, one of the things that's bugging me about the St. Louis Chess Club these days is the renovation. Let's face it, the renovation has been ongoing for the better part of a year. I know the pandemic and but I have seen the designs and they're beautiful. And so I'm anxious for the club to meet the expectations that everybody has. When is it going to happen?
Well, thank you for your anxiety. We're all frustrated too. It's been going on. It's like age old. It never. I don't say it doesn't come to an end because it hasn't begun, and that's the frustration. We have all the contracts signed, all the approvals from the city, and we just can't seem to get the contractors to move. That's the frustration.
I see. So that's the holdup. Because the designs are beautiful. I mean, it's going to be the most beautiful chess club, well, certainly America's ever seen, but we want to say the world.
Probably in the world, but I haven't gone to see all of them.
Next time around,
I was curious to know, what is the big ambition for St. Louis Chess Club?
She's hard to hear.
What is the big ambition for the St. Louis Chess Club, she's asking?
Oh, my goodness.
Because you guys have already done so much.
I think to just keep doing the things we've been doing. It would be nice someday to hold a world championship here, but I think we have to have a St. Louis participant to justify that.
Rex, congratulations for this amazing new tournament, the American Cup. At the World Chess Hall of Fame, there's also the music series happening every week. Tell us a bit about that.
That happens twice a month. We have one pop series, so it can be soul, it can be jazz or whatever. And then we have one classical series, which I will admit is my favorite. And we often borrow performers from the St. Louis Symphony. And these folks really know their tune. They're outstanding.
I have to say, I've been to some of those shows. They're just simply remarkable. Jovi, you have something for us as we go on a break.
Yes, we do, because the World Chess Hall of Fame sponsors a fantastic music series. With the short break in the American Cup action, we are happy to show you a couple of performances. First up, music director Brian Woods performs. Enjoy the concert, and we'll resume our coverage of the American Cup shortly.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. My name is Brian Woods. I am music director here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It is my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's concert featuring myself and violinist Daniel Dostor. I would be remiss if I did not first thank Dr. Jeannie and Rex Sinquefield for their incredible support of this series. We are also grateful to the Regional Arts Commission and the Missouri Arts Council for their support. Do check out the exhibit that is finishing just next month here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Bobby Fischer, Boris Spassky, 1972, celebrating a pivotal match in chess history. It's going away, so go see it now. I would also encourage you to check out season tickets, which are here for the music series, and please check that out. You are going to get all kinds of discounts, and we are only selling 24 of these for members. So check that out. It's a huge amount of savings. Look in your program. You get all the perks you can get there. I can't go through all of them, but it's a lot. So I would check that out. And be sure to check out worldchesshof.org. That's where you can learn about all of our offerings here at the World Chess Hall of Fame and everything we have coming up, including some of our next concerts, including the Opera Theater of St. Louis season preview next month. Don't miss that. So, it is my pleasure to open tonight's concert. We are opening with the Violin Sonata of Francis Poulenc, a French composer. This piece was written during 1943, during the Nazi occupation of Paris. It's a very violent piece. It was written in honor of a guitarist friend of his who had passed away. So you can hear in the second movement, I'm doing my best guitar impression up here as best I can. And it's full of colors, full of rhapsodic melodies, and full of drama. So please join me in welcoming here on stage violinist Daniel Dastor. Daniel's fetching some rosin for his bow, so I'm going to continue to entertain you. Now I'm kidding. Anyone know any good jokes? The next piece in the program is a real. It's completely different, as maybe Monty Python might say. Now for something completely different, we're going to have a showpiece from Fritz Kreisler, who is, as people say, the violinist's violinist. This is piece incredible violin technique and pyrotechnics you're going to hear as I sort of bump along, although Daniel would argue otherwise. But this piece is the Viennese Rhapsodic Fantasietta, and it's in honor of when Kreisler moved here to the States, actually during the same time that the Poulenc was written. He was missing his home in Vienna, back in Austria. So this is a piece that is very fantastical, very virtuosic, very exciting, but also very reminiscent of Austrian waltz that you might hear on New Year's Eve. So please enjoy. He can play, folks. He can play. Thank you all so much for being here. Daniel is a good friend for those who were not here for the pre-concert chat. We met at the Royal Conservatory of Music in Toronto during the peak of the 2020 pandemic, and he was the first person that I made music with following the pandemic. So we have a very special, tight relationship as collaborators, as artistic partners, and it's really a special thing for us. So the final piece in the program is something that many classical fans might be a fan of. This is the Brahms D minor violin and piano sonata, opus 108. This is a staple of the Romantic piano and violin repertoire. You'll notice it is a sonata for piano and violin, not violin and piano. Brahms wrote it specifically that way. My part is rather meaty, so there's a lot going on in this piece. The first movement, it has this incredibly beautiful violin opening over a very ghostly, pale piano underpinning. And then the second movement, we were saying in the pre-concert chat, is the most intimate expression of love for someone, whether that be a romantic partner or a family member or something. It's very special. And the third movement is very whimsical, fantastical, full of twists and turns and sparkle. And the final movement is a tour de force for both of us. So you have that to look forward to. So please enjoy Brahms Sonata Number 3.
Welcome back to this eventful day 7 where we are going to be deciding who is going to go through to the grand final.
Yes.
And so far, it's been a very eventful start. And this game, well, it had us all on tenterhooks. But in the end, Levon Aronian is kind of proving to us he's got 9 lives. And
He's spending
holding
every
on.
one of them,
Exactly.
isn't he?
And he escaped from, well, he escaped with a draw against Wesley. And in the other elimination bracket final, it was a very quick victory for 13-year-old Alice Lee with the white pieces, leaving Naji-Pakitsa in a must-win situation.
Let's just visit the brackets one more time to show everybody what we're expecting. Irina Krush is waiting for the winner.
She is waiting for the winner, and in the champions bracket, and it's all been completed, it is Irina Krush who was victorious and also netted herself a $5,000 champions bracket bonus.
Very nicely done. And in the open section?
In the open section,
Whoops, not yet, not quite.
okay.
Here we go.
And here we go in the
Elimination bracket. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Wesley So, as you were saying, he snatched a draw from the jaws of victory.
Yes, he did. He did it in very impressive style, and he lives another day. And talking about another day, well, it's another game really, and
Right.
everything will be decided today.
Absolutely. And the winner will go up against one Hikaru Nakamura.
And here you can see Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the champions bracket. As you say, he's qualified straight to the grand final and has also gotten there with an extra $10,000 in his pocket. And
How are our friends at QBT?
we do have a special from QBT.
What is the special?
And bring home a piece of chess history with this autographed wooden board signed by all the American Cup players. It comes with a certificate of authenticity and it's available now exclusively at QBTSTL.com. And that is an incredible prizes, and you can have a look at all those
Leslie,
signatures.
that was clear.
Some of them are squiggles, some of them, and wow, what a nice little imprint there
Of the
on the
logo.
St. Louis Chess Club. And these boards are worth a lot of money.
They are.
So
They are
if it's on a
very, very nice.
special, go there to QBT and get it now.
Naji is going to have to win with the white pieces as she faces elimination, and Wesley So, Levon Aronian, having drawn their first game, well, we're almost going to have to ask our audience whether they think it's going to go to blitz or not,
Yeah.
right? Or it would be an accelerated.
Yes. So
Rapids.
if the score is tied, then the players play a 2-game match at the time control of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds.
Okay.
And if it's still tied, we're going to see a blitz tiebreak of
Right.
3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And then finally, after all these games of chess, it's still tied.
And Cristian, rumor on the street has it that Levon jumped on his bicycle during the break to just
I did
get
not
rid of
hear
some energy.
I did not hear that, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's one thing that even when he came to the studio and talked to us, he was saying that this is his main focus. He just wants to stay ready from a physical perspective, but also a mental, right? Whenever you
Right.
play this type of like super tense games, and then do you go back home and look at your lines, continue looking at chess, or do you want to get a fresh perspective? And this is exactly what Levon emphasized. He said, yes, I want to get a fresh perspective. I want to take a walk in the park, see the trees, get some vitamin D, breathe fresh air, things of that nature. And that's going to give me a clear mind as I go into these very tense battles against the best chess players on the planet. But one thing that he can do, put pressure on his opponent's clock. We've seen that this seems to be the weakness in Wesley's armor in this particular event. Whenever he gets down to his last 20, 30 seconds, he starts taking timid decisions. We've seen that when he played against Hikaru yesterday in the first rapid playoff. We've seen it in the first game of this particular match against Levon Aronian as well. So in my estimation, this is what Levon needs to do. Take him down to the last few minutes with a complicated position, and then I think he would be the favorite in those type of situations. Otherwise, I have to say, Wesley has been impressing with his opening preparation, with his middle game play. He's able to outfox his opponents. He's very, very experienced and very strong opponents. But once again, whenever it gets down to those last few seconds, he starts to err.
Yeah, some wobbly decisions. And of course, coming up Sunday, we're going to have a very special tournament, a 9-round Blitz tournament, Swiss style.
Yes, and there'll be no draw offers because draw offers are not allowed in St. Louis.
No.
We like fighting chess. And the time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, 9 rounds. And it includes some of the strongest players in the world, also known as those players from the local universities and eliminated American Cup participants.
Expecting 40 really top players. This is going to be the type of tournament where you could lose to a Levon and your next opponent could be a Wesley. So it's it's not a pleasant experience when everybody's so strong, but that should be a fun event. Keep that in mind on your calendar, Sunday, March 26th, as Wesley is at the board waiting for Levon, who appears to just coming into view now. Again, I was a little bit surprised from the head-to-head match in the Rapids. We showed their scores. Wesley has won 10 times. The fact that Levon had won 15 times was a bit of a surprise. I thought that it was going to be more even than that, but that's a significant difference. As they're underway, D4, D5.
E4, E5.
Sorry, my
Pardon
apologies.
me.
We had the wrong game
we
up.
have the wrong game up, exactly.
The Petrov from Wesley, really? I don't remember last time I've seen Wesley play the Petrov.
Yeah, and
The Bishop
Levon playing the
D3.
Bishop D3.
Probably this is what kind of convinced Wesley to try the Petrov, is that he felt that the white players in the tournament have not been getting really any kinds of advantages that to speak of. And remember, Levon in his classical game played this system too. He didn't get anything.
No, and also also his game against Leonid Dominguez yesterday was a Petrov, which was, I mean, Levon came with some nice ideas, but at the same time, it did also not entirely feel
It wasn't
100%
convincing, no.
convincing.
And it's already different from that one, because in that one, Lanier defended the knight on e4 with d5 and allowed the pawn sacrifice after rook to e1.
Exactly. Now, this makes perfect sense to my eyes, the d5, and I would probably be putting this light square bishop on the g4 square. After all, after h3, bishop h5, you really don't want to play g4. I can imagine players who do play the move g4, but okay, you take a little strategic risk. So we'll keep an eye on this one, as I don't see it as a big theoretical debate going on here, per se. And jump to the game. Again, Naji must win with the white pieces against Alice Lee, and as they get started, let's see what Naji has done.
Well, I see a pawn on g4.
Semi-Slav?
Yes.
G4.
G4.
Okay.
That's one way to play it.
That's one way to mix it up. Okay, H7, H6, H2, H3, I mean to say. Not exactly the follow-up that you might anticipate. If you play a move like G4, what are you playing for? Well, you're playing for G5. Rook G1, H4, G5 might have been more enterprising. H3, B7, B6, and that's it. We're just, no,
they've taken on
D5. C takes D5.
And main move is actually to capture with the e-pawn.
Really intriguing. So in this case, since I've played the move G4, I know where I'm going. I'm going to go queenside with the move Bishop D2, castles. Wasn't it yesterday that Arena Crush was playing this setup as white against Alice Lee, where she ended up castling?
She did castle
long.
the queenside, but I mean,
Alice was short.
Yes,
yeah?
Alice was
and
short.
Then came, yes, that's right. Then came G5 and H5, and
Right.
it was good.
But there's a big difference though, because in Arena's game against Alice Lee, Arena managed to get her bishop out to F4
that's
and
right.
make some trades, and the bishop came out to D3. Here, the queen is sat there on C2, Bishop
Not
is
as
on
aggressive.
D2, not as aggressive.
Right.
But
And
on the
remember-
other hand, you know, White's intentions are very clear.
Yes, you're right. She did play the move e6 takes d5, not c6 takes d5. And again, I'm anticipating bishop d2, I guess, queen e7, bishop d3. I will, as white, castle long. And then I'm hoping that my opponent will castle short so that g5 is right on time, right on schedule. You know, not going to happen. I suspect Alice will also match her opponent on the king
But how
queen side.
do you match her?
Yes, and
Is the
Alice
big
will be
question.
feeling in a solid mood because, of course, a win or draw, and she moves on to the grand final where she will be facing Irina
once
Krush.
again. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
how do you do?
Christian,
Let's
jump in.
let's take it one move at a time. So
I
you,
go
you
bishop-
start with bishop d2. I go queen e7.
I go bishop to d3.
You go bishop d3.
Yeah.
How does black continue right now? Because
I'm
whenever you play
assuming-
c5,
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7, and let's go castle.
Long.
Long castle. Yeah.
Yeah, and here, if you copy, that's what I was
Really?
thinking.
Oh, you
You want to go knight b5.
But knight b5, bishop b8, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a temporary thing, right?
Yeah.
I thought I was playing for e3, e4, and I was actually planning to play rook e1.
So you want to castle long. That makes sense. That definitely
Well,
makes sense.
let's put it another way. I definitely don't want to go into the hurricane that you've got ready for me over there.
H4, G1.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You'll rip open the king side, and I'll be in deep trouble.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
it's. But it looks good, right? If you want to play for a win as white, this
You
is the
got
type
the
of position
imbalance. Yeah.
that you want to have on the board. And I have to commend Nazi for this because she's been really outfoxing her opponents out of the opening, especially with the white pieces. We've seen it with her Catalan against Tansky, Catalan against Begim. She got a winning position yesterday, and we're seeing once again that she's getting a better position out of the opening against what is a very well-prepared opponent, Alice Lee. That's actually one of her best assets, Alice's, that is her opening preparation. But still, Nazi got a better position.
Well, in that first game, it was a very clever opening play by Naji, but she ended up overlooking a huge tactical bomb that just destroyed her position. But it was clever of her to get this whole bishop takes c3, queen e7, king d8 to c7.
It
It
almost
just didn't work
worked,
out.
yeah.
Knight h4, that looks a little bit peculiar, mistimed. What do you think about this
Okay,
move,
well, it's
knight
interesting
f5?
actually. Maybe it's got the idea is to actually, you know, threaten to come in with f5,
Sure.
encouraging black to park the king in the king side, which is where that ready-made attack is brewing.
I don't, no me gusta, I don't like putting my king over
No,
there.
I would never do that. And
I would kind of get ready to meet knight f5. I don't know if this move, knight to f8 and knight to e6, is suitable for the occasion. But again, I'm not a fan of
Is
just
there-
dropping the.
the tactics, knight takes d5.
Ooh.
You
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no, my spidey sense began tingling as well. Queen takes c6. Ooh, okay. So does it mean that I have to just drop back?
Oh, no.
I'm
But
not-
you don't want to be
ugly.
doing this because
No.
the queen will come to c. The queen doesn't have the nice e7 square.
Well, yeah, my next move will be to g6, g7, g6
Yeah.
to kick you back.
What if I go e4 now?
Yeah.
Even though e4 may be a bit mistimed.
Okay.
I think this is a bit mistimed. No,
A little bit.
I don't want to
You're
go
not
e4
so
yet.
sure, yeah. Okay.
No, let's get ready for it. Bishop g2, maybe bishop to d3, and then at the right moment I will play e4.
Okay. But now I kind of feel like, okay, my bishop got booted from d6. My queen will still go to e7. Intriguing. Knight h4. All right.
Well, it's
Well, that-
certainly achieved one goal, and that is to make
Alice stopped.
stop and think. Yes.
Yeah, that is for sure. A quick question for you, Jovi. Are you in aggressive mood?
Well, it doesn't
Sacrifice
matter
a
about
piece?
me because Naji is the one playing and
Right.
she is in an aggressive mood.
You think she will sacrifice?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
She has to, right?
Takes. Well, I mean, she went knight h4, and if I go king f8, I can understand the sacrifice really right or well. If I go king e7,
Queen check, and you have to step up with the king.
this is not what Alice has in mind, is it? So we would likely see a variation like this, and yeah, that's 2 pawns and an attack.
Yeah, exactly. No,
I wouldn't want to face.
Alice will not be wanting this type
No
of
G6.
complications.
No G6.
Okay, let's keep going with that because
Yeah.
Oh.
you guys are passing through, but I'm not convinced. You're not convincing me.
Our Jedi
convincing
mind
me.
tricks are no longer working on Christian. A bad
So
sign.
king f8.
King f8,
E4.
e4.
Now I go queen e8.
Queen Edgar 8.
Bishop
Yes.
takes pawn.
You take pawn. I go king e7.
Oh,
Check.
I
got him.
hide. Go to d8 now.
Oh, we don't get him. No. I was going to play e5.
Bishop f8.
I take a rook.
Ah, wait.
yeah, but I thought he could go rook
Tricky
g.
guy.
No, but you could go rook g8.
Yes, you can. I didn't want to tell him that, by the way, did you?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I knew I got him. I just didn't see.
You
exactly
just didn't
the way
see
to
how
go.
or why or anything. Okay, queen e8. Was I too fast, Jovi, with my... After queen e8, should I take this guy?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do that. And how is that position? I take
That's-
back with the knight. You take on d5.
Yeah, but that's 3 pawns.
You
but
have a
it's-
lot of pawns. Yes.
It's not...
No,
No,
it's
that's not
not- no, it's not
convincing to my
convincing
eyes.
to me.
Just a second. No, queen f5 just
Okay, but I
feels
think
warm.
bishop takes h6 feels good.
That certainly
Yeah,
does feel
okay,
good.
now and I
King.
think here is where,
Maybe
We-
now you take on e8.
right.
Okay. That feels a little bit better.
So
yes.
now I'm kind. What do I take back with? Is the
Well,
question.
if you take with the king, I've got bishop to g7, and take the knight, and you're beautifully set up for e5. If you take with the knight, well, then we've got the same position, but then I have snuck off with the 3 pawns, and likely
maybe
a
even 4.
Yes.
Yeah, 4 might actually be enough to give you the advantage in
Right.
this position.
And if you take with the rook, well,
Then you have e5.
e5, and king goes, and probably
Bishop e3.
bishop
yeah, no,
e3,
this is good. This is good.
and it's good for white.
This is
yeah.
good for white. Yeah. Okay. So probably g6, perhaps too much.
Yeah.
Our Jedi mind tricks.
It did work.
We really had to focus for a while there. But,
Yeah.
Okay. But by the way, Alice Lee is still in the think
She's still
tank,
thinking,
which is
yeah.
an indication that Naji is once again outfoxed her opponent. Let's jump to the other elimination game. After d5, we did see the move d4. No bishop g4. Rook e8. Okay, very useful move. c4. Knight c6. Knight c3. h6. h3. Takes. Bishop d6. Takes. Somehow, this looks like it's still mainline theory.
And it is.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's mainline because
Bishop
only 2
d3
games.
and bishop f1 are not exactly... Yes,
but it has been played before, so
Okay, and what have the results yielded?
can you guess?
Draws.
Correct.
Yeah, very
2
good.
games, 2 draws.
Just
the
a
end.
second, let me congratulate myself for my deep understanding. And very, very hard to get advantages in these isolated queen pawn positions as white. I mean, the fact that the board is still full of pieces is a good sign for white. He wants to keep as many minors on the board as possible. By the way, Levon must have seen the game of Naji and went knight h4, knight f5.
Knight
Good plan. Knight h4 looks a little bit strange to my eyes. Bishop back. What is the knight? I mean, if your knight comes to f5, mazel tov. But if it doesn't,
Well, I think this is what he wants, probably
Doesn't
queen
the
f3.
queen f3? Yeah, sorry.
queen f3.
Try to get that knight to f5.
Okay, I'll try. Oh, bishop takes h6. No, I got knight takes d4.
So let's try to
In.
get ready for that
Bishop
with rook
b4.
d1.
Sorry, bishop b5.
Rook, David
No,
1.
rook d1, you have g5. No, g5 doesn't work. Okay, rook d1.
Rook d1, rook e8.
Can I take on h6 now?
Yes, I was wondering about this. You've got bishop f1.
I do.
No trickies here?
But you've got bishop h2.
I mean, it's a complex
There's a lot of
line.
trickies here.
I mean, this guy's hanging, and
So I go
wow,
queen g3.
3 minor pieces are
Yeah.
hanging.
But I can defend most of them with queen g3, right?
But
Then you have knight h5.
Wow. Okay, that's something. This is a complex line.
Very unclear.
Yeah,
what's
you
happening.
need to calculate that one pretty carefully.
and if you were to kind of play the positionally,
Sorry.
like here, bishop b5, threaten.
Queen f3, queen d7, because
Queen-
you were
yeah.
and
And then
now
bishop
bishop b5. So
And then after a6, you
yes,
just
forced, by the way.
cap. Yeah, and then if you, yeah, okay.
You want to trade.
Yeah, I wanted to trade, but then, you know, I'm thinking the position is way too open after queen takes.
I've got good compensation
Yeah.
with the 2 bishops.
Okay, you tricked me, Yasser.
Well done. Just a second.
I take on h6 after queen d7.
Queen, David 7, you take on h6, and you're not worried about this.
Well, now I take on b7, and that attacks the rook.
Okay, but whoa. Whoa. Queen takes, tickles the rook. Wow. Not many squares for the queen, but not so easy to attack her either.
Queen d7.
We
By the
do-
way, they're following our line.
Here it comes. Bishop takes h6. Knight. Okay, so this is the current position, and we've been looking at the move bishop takes h6, which, again, is very attractive because, first of all, you win a pawn, and you're threatening queen takes f6 in case you capture. So knight takes d4 in order to kick the queen away, and takes, and I'm assuming rook e8?
Mm-hmm.
And now the bishop has to go, right?
Question is where?
Well, e3 will just invite knight c2. So bishop to g5?
Let's try it out.
Well, it's an extra pawn, and it's putting a very serious question to Wesley. Where's your compensation? Jovi, where's the compensation?
Tricky.
Tricky.
Knight.
Knight
Knight
e4?
jump, knight e4.
Okay, I like.
There's definitely some compensation, right? I mean, that queen is not having very, very clear spots. So knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, my guess is.
That's what I meant when I said the queen doesn't really have a lot of squares.
I cannot take on a7 because of rook a8.
And that is a very nice and very well-known pattern of a discovered check.
So that's a
Pick up the
problem.
queen.
Ouch.
Ouch.
I have to shy away to go queen a6.
And this feels like it's worth a pawn because so many offside pieces. But hey, you know, guys like me will ask you to prove it,
Right, and that's the problem. I mean, I would love to come forward with the queen.
right?
The knight on h4.
Where
Yeah, I know
exactly is
this is the
forward
problem.
square?
I mean, I'd love to go queen f5.
You
but
like to
that
go
would be, again,
f6 and g5
exactly.
and
Or
love
just
to go
somehow
forward.
move
But
the
this
queen
knight
to
is
b5.
so
Because-
this knight is so offsides. Maybe I have to play an ugly move like bishop e7, just temporary, to try to
This is good.
exploit the offside knight. Well, Levon is not eager to go for the pawn. He is not reaching for h6. And what would be an alternative, though? Queen d7, I can, and he's
No,
done
he's
it.
done it.
He
It's
took
a
it.
challenge. I was about to ask, was there an alternative to bishop takes h6? I didn't really see a good one. I could play rook d1, but rook e8, and then I'm asking myself, why did I put my knight on h4 if I'm not playing for knight f5?
Yeah,
Okay, knight takes d4.
has to be played.
Looks like a queen takes b7, rook e8. one of the things that we've been talking about in these time controls is the initiative. Oftentimes in classical chess, you've got the time to neutralize an initiative, and sometimes you're eager to take the material. With less time, you seizing the defensive and giving your opponent the attack is not always a very good strategy. The attack it's easier to play than the defense.
I agree. But then, you know, it depends on your style, I have to say. I'm going to put a condition on that statement, because some players are just really good at defending. And they say they find it easier because all they're just doing is like looking at the opponent's moves and just thinking, how can I survive? And the goal is very much on a short-term basis, and there's no pressure because, after all, if you lose, you lose.
Yeah, I'm a provocateur. I like forcing my opponent to sacrifice, and maybe some opponents are very comfortable sacrificing. I never force Tal to sacrifice anything against me. Like no. Other opponents really don't like giving up the material, and sometimes you make the right choice. But here we have it. Wesley being asked to make the sacrifice. Bishop takes h6, and knight takes d4, queen takes b7. And Cristian, what does the engine think about these tactics?
The engine is saying that black is okay.
Black is okay.
Yes, after knight takes d4, you have to take that pawn.
Yep.
Take it back. Queen b7, rook e8.
Yep.
We were actually on the right path.
Yep.
And now bishop g5 is in fact quite a bad move.
Really?
Yes,
okay,
because
cool.
of this move, knight to e4.
Right.
And the line that we went through, knight takes, bishop takes, queen a6, not queen takes a7 because of rook to a8,
Right.
queen a6, and bishop to e7.
Bishop
and it
to
gives
e7.
black a decisive advantage.
Yeah, I thought that
Decisive.
the knight on h4 was...
It's offside, right? You need to take advantage.
But how do
Okay.
you do it? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's try to understand why. Because it's still not clear. I take on e7. You take back
with
the
the
queen.
queen.
And what if I just defend? g3. I know, it looks horrendous. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
that's
knight
g6,
g6
knight f3.
Can,
It doesn't feel right.
No.
It just simply doesn't feel right.
No, it does
No.
not. Yeah, giving up, yeah.
no.
If bishop g5 is wrong,
You have to go bishop e3, which allows
was my
knight to
question.
c2.
but that was the one thing I didn't want to do, because there I really felt that the compensation was indisputable.
It is, but you can force the trade of the queens
I can?
with bishop b5, yes.
Say
With what?
With bishop b5.
Okay.
So after knight c2, I start with bishop b5?
Bishop b5, yes.
Gotcha.
So that forces queen c8.
Gotcha.
Queen c8, we exchange the queens, and then we go into this endgame in which, after I pick up the bishop on e3, I have the two bishops with an open center. It seems like this should be enough compensation for the pawn.
Wow. By the way, we do have knight takes d4, queen takes b7, rook e8 on the board.
And bishop e3.
And bishop e3 as well.
Yes.
Okay. So
These guys are good.
Well, took us a little while to work through the complications, but we did manage to get here. And the whole point is knight c2, bishop b5. When your king's under attack, Jovi's golden rule, trade the queens.
It's a great rule.
It is a great rule.
9 times out of 10, it will work.
It will work. You know, take the attacking, the most potent attacker, the queen, off the board. Knight c2, and it's clear that you'd like, this queen is actually going to be attacked, but this one, queen c8, queen takes c8, rook takes c8, rook here, and phew, once again, we see knight c2. They're going all the way down our main line, bishop to c5. I'm not sure I like this whole knight h4 business, but okay, we'll see. Let's turn our attention to the other elimination game.
And you'll see that Naji has come
Well
to this
prepared.
game in an incredible fighting mood. And
Holy smokes.
look at that.
That's the 1,
There's
2, 3,
4
4 pawn
pawns.
attack. Well, surprise, surprise, both players decided to go kingside. Knight h4, bishop b7. Alice played knight f5, g6. We kind of saw this, f2, f4. Now she castled, bishop d2. What? b5. That's...
Well, I think she thought that she was stopping e4 because, of course, you're going to go b4.
But wow, I mean, normally speaking, this bishop on b7 needs a better view, and you usually play c5 in order to x-ray the e4 square. b5 looks a little bit peculiar to my eyes. e4, and what you were about to say is if Alice followed through with her b4, you would be rather of the mind, hey, look, I'm really happy. I got this pawn on e5, and I'm going to win my piece back. But the fact that this bishop is not sitting on the g7 square, ooh,
And the
there's
bishop
some
on
weakness.
b7, very far away from the action as well.
Exactly, but
This is not looking good.
yeah, I'm thinking, you know, f4, f5, the bishop's going to land on h6, which is why we saw takes, and I'm assuming, well, this is one of those moments where these top guys, and I don't understand exactly why they do it, but these top guys oftentimes play a move like rook e1. They don't even take the pawn, right? And it makes you stop, and you know you're all ready to play knight takes e4 yourself, and now you can't understand why they did it the way they did it, but it works out. Knight takes e4.
Which knight?
This one.
Okay.
3 is the magic number.
By
when
the
it
way,
comes to attackers.
the top
Three
guys.
wise men, 3 little
We
pigs.
were just talking about the top
was.
guys.
When it comes to attacking pieces, 3 is the magic number. You
Attack.
want to attack the king.
With 3.
Yeah,
That's
the magic number. It's
you know, huff and puff and blow your
yeah,
house
exactly.
down
You
with
have
3.
yeah 3, and you've got to remember that. Like, that's very easy. 3 wise men, 3
Okay.
little pigs.
I'm still working on the Jovi golden rule. You know, I mean, you know, you don't want to overwhelm me here with this. Cristian, jump right in.
She played rook e1.
Wow.
She did.
I mean, she's been studying the top players' games. Rook e1.
Do I have time to go c5?
Yes, but are you inviting tactics?
I'm inviting everything. I mean, I don't.
That might
look. It's
hurt.
not looking good. I'm not saying
Okay,
it's
sorry,
looking good.
Jovi.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking. So if you go, can you get away with it? Because that is key. No, it's just after you went c5, I thought, let's calculate.
Yes, well, there's some trickies in the position that attracted you.
Which pawn would you like to take? b5?
No.
Or e4?
The pawn I would like to take is h6. I would love to get an f4, f5, and bishop takes h6.
You're not very far away from it.
That's exactly my thinking as well. I'm almost thinking d5,
D5.
right? Because
Okay.
I would like to keep as many attackers on the board as possible, and if you were to capture this pawn, this is where my f5, bishop h6 fantasy may become a reality here.
One thing that I can tell you about this position is Nazi's playing confidently, and to be honest, visually, this
she's
position
got the
looks
perfect position.
overwhelming.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at how many pieces I have swarming around your king, right? This knight from c3 is going to come, join the action, join the fray.
Okay.
Bishop on d2 is going to get opened after f5. Those pawns threatening.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
It does look completely scary.
Visually.
But then, you know,
Concretely.
I'll never forget your words. You were doing some commentary, and
What
you
did
said,
I say?
Well, let me start doing a repair job.
A repair job. I never. I have a producer, Tom, and he will fight for me. We will. When did I ever repair? And did it work?
It did.
What-
I just remember it was way
How
before I
to
got
repair
into it.
job.
Yeah, and I thought that's such a lovely expression. So when I'm in trouble, when I'm in like crisis management mode, I think of those words, repair job. You know, let me try to put some pieces towards the king. Let me try to
Okay.
plug the holes.
Okay, so rook e1. So rookie one, how are you going to do the repair? Where do you start? There's a lot to repair.
There's a lot to repair. I mean, for starters, you kind of want the bishop on g7, but that's a pipe dream.
Yeah, that's not getting the g7 anytime in the immediate future.
So I was thinking about moves like bishop out to b.
Bishop out to b4. B4. Okay, I cannot resist. I told you, I warned you.
I did, I know.
Yeah.
But there was nothing I could do, to be frank.
Okay.
So now I have to just close the position up because if
G5?
G5. I know. This is
Blast.
yes.
This is not the best repair.
No, I understand that. I
Right.
mean, it looks terrible, but
It
then
does.
again, I have to keep it going.
And she played after b. Okay, sorry.
she
Let me
do?
just repeat. Let me just refresh. I
She went
apologize.
bishop c7.
Oh.
Knight e4, knight takes e4, and now probably
Knight takes e4. Well,
Yeah.
for sure. Remember to invite everybody to the party. Knight takes e4 looks good.
Somehow even bishop takes e4.
I know that
Looks
everything's kind of looking good.
But knight e4 makes the most sense. I mean, you have a clear threat. There is knight c5. You have a lot of ideas in the position, and it doesn't seem like black has good defenses.
What about f5?
Knight
I don't know
c5.
why. I don't know why I've kind of taken the role of defender. I'm giving you guys the bragging rights.
It doesn't suit. Let me tell you something, Jimmy. I mean, I like you as the attacker. Trust me on this one. Yeah, f5 is forcing me to go. Yep, knight takes e4, and this is the problem. There's a dual threat. There's knight c5 with a discovery against the queen, followed by knight takes b7, and along with knight c5, I consider the move f4, f5, frankly, deadly.
Totally.
Yeah. When I play the move f5 and I slap bishop takes h6, that's a catastrophe. For Naji, this is like a dream come true. I mean, she has to win. She trails in the match 1-0 after a disastrous first game. And this looks like a disastrous second game for Alice.
Oh, it's looking great for Naji.
Yeah.
So how do you defend? You get the queen to d8, right?
Yeah, but if you go to
Queen
d8, then
have to hide, you have to run away.
f4 plan is looking.
as gorgeous.
It's not pretty. I understand that.
I don't think
I don't
the
think
repair.
anyone's gonna
I don't
survive
think.
this.
No, I don't see any chances of repair on this one.
And I have to go c5 and try to do something.
Yeah, but-
I don't-
Can't I just
Go.
crunch, munch, crunch,
Can definitely do that.
Pawn takes
mate,
knight is forced.
and let me pick up that guy before I go queen f5. Although I must say, queen f5 looked very compelling as well. I'm sorry. This is as a good trainer, I got to throw in the towel here for Alice.
She played it. She played queen d8, but
Queen
as you guys
d8?
mentioned, f5 is just tremendous right
it's-
now in the position.
It's shouting. It's shouting out. Wow. A couple of times in these matches, I've seen. It's the hardest thing in the world to win a winning position, but to win on demand? Are you kidding me? That's really, really
super
tough.
difficult.
And I've been seeing a couple of players somehow managing. And I mean, I'm talking Wesley So, I'm talking Fabiana Caruana, I'm talking Levon Aronian. These guys win on demand, and this is impressive. F5 as Naji's got a fabulous.
Yeah.
Look at this. This rook's not in the game. Everything from white is ideal. Bishop on b7, bishop on c7 look too passive. F5.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I agree. I mean, it
It's
just
just
looks
overwhelming.
completely devastating for white. I mean, the only thing that I can see is that, you maybe don't compromise the kingside pawn structure, maybe king h7. But, oof, if I survive this,
No.
even 5 moves, I will be happy.
Exactly. F5 on the board, and Alice understands completely well that things have gone, off the tracks.
That's an
Yeah.
incredible response by Naji-Pakitsa.
Yeah.
With her back against the wall to do this,
Right.
to start off with this g4, h3, f4, e4. D4, I mean, it's
She's really on top
impressive.
of the psychological game. I've noticed that, she really has chosen her openings well. She's decided, okay, this is going to unsettle my opponents. This is their weakness. And I've noticed, her approach with the black pieces and with the white is always very direct. And knight f6 played.
Knight f6. I told you that bishop takes h6 was my dream.
That's the smell of desperation.
Exactly.
I mean,
boy.
bishop h6, pawn takes pawn. What else is there? Okay, queen takes pawn is in the air for black.
That's a check, of course, but knight takes f6, queen takes f6, f5 takes g6, compels you to recapture with the queen. Unfortunately, there's too many attractive moves, and sometimes you kind of get caught up in which one to choose. Here, I would probably just go bishop takes h6 myself, but this one, and she's done it. F takes g6. She's looking at f takes g6, knight c5. This is the old double attack, and that looks really good.
And if you play queen takes d4, I have the defense with bishop e3.
Precisely so.
You go queen d6, you try to say that you have some sort of checks.
Queen takes g6, check.
Nobody
This might
believes.
be too much. Overwhelming.
That's overwhelming.
And after king to h8, let's keep on taking some pawns.
Exactly. You can't afford to trade queens by interposing the knight. So
All right, so how do we do it now?
I would want to go queen g5 defending the knight.
And then bishop
maybe
f4.
Bishop f4?
Yeah, that makes
But
more sense.
can I just
Sorry.
ask,
Please.
what's the problem with like rook f5?
No problem. No problem. That's a very... See? You're a natural aggressive attacker. Don't play those defensive moves. Don't forget the repair shop. just go for the kill. No, that's impressive. Knight c5.
Absolutely devastating right now.
Right. Knight c5, we're expecting for Naji, and we'd like that move. Still, bishop h6 also looks good. Yeah. No, this looks very, very good. I just have to check with our other. And the players got to the very position, and, Levon, let me just make sure that that's true. That could be in an analysis, by the way.
No, it wasn't. The players are
they actually
following down
right down the primrose
path that
path.
we've carved out.
Yep. Rook b1, b3, rook. Isn't that interesting? We just saw not bishop takes e3, but rook e1. And we just saw in the Alice Lee game, not knight takes e4, but rook e1. Preparing, the threat is stronger than the execution.
Right.
Nice. In this particular case, what did Wesley accomplish with the move rook b1? Rook b8, pardon me. b2, b3, the knight is no longer protected. It's that simple. So now he wants rook e8 so that he can play rook takes e3.
Now rook e8 is on the board.
And
Bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and now
rook
how
d3.
do we defend the pawn
He
on
did
e3?
play rook to d3.
Okay, and
Okay.
take this ending. Okay, so
Please.
the e3 pawn is going to fall off. That's
Correct.
a certainty in life. But I see that this position, black has those two isolated pawns on the queen side.
Split pawns, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that white can use? Just to
Well,
try
in
to
the theory of
get
pawn,
the king.
in the theory of pawn islands, yes, that's exactly what Levon would do. Normally, when I have the rook and bishop combination versus a rook and knight combination, I'm not anxious to trade rooks.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular case, I would probably go for something of bishop takes e3, with the idea that maybe my rook and my rook and maybe my bishop could somehow work together in conjunction with it. And Wesley did not trade rooks. He did play bishop takes e3, and I would expect the bishop to go back to cover the split pawns. and to prepare rook c5. Let's go back to the other game because the move knight c5 we think is a stone cold winner in between Naji and Alice.
But it hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened.
Appeared on the board yet. 9 minutes and 40 seconds for Naji-Pakitsa right now. 9 minutes and 49 seconds for Alice Lee, but in a very, very difficult position. Knight c5 wins on the spot. She needs to find it. There you have it. On cue.
From your, yeah, exactly. From your lips to her hand, knight to c5.
We always thought that
g6.
the players are connected to the broadcast.
That's why I've always tried to keep my voice at an even cadence so that the players didn't listen. Because the number of times they copy my move, I mean, that's just not mathematically.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know that, and it's not possible, right?
Yeah, I
they
know,
have to
I know.
be tuned in, no, but
They
they're
have
not. They
to be tuned
absolutely
in.
are not. Was it you, Yasser, where you were doing I don't know whether it was you, but there were two commentators who were doing like a World Championship commentary, and everyone was listening to them in the auditorium. They had the headphones plugged in, but the problem was that these two commentators were too funny.
Yes.
And the audience was just like there chuckling.
Right. Yeah, that was me. That was me. So it was the 1990 World Championship match in New York City, and there was an audience of about 1,000 people, and they had the headsets on. And the arbiters kept coming out and hitting the silence, silence, quiet, quiet. These people are rolling in the aisle because I was making a bet with all my commentators, and P.T. Barnum, a fool is, born every second, and I was losing bets everywhere to all my colleagues. And I was like, okay, another one, another 20 on you. Like, where's my chits? Where's my receipts? The audience lost it. I got kicked out of the auditorium. It was great. I went to a VIP lounge. Oh, that was marvelous. Anyway, it was great. Knight c5. What did we have after knight c5? Queen takes d4. Bishop e3. This is where we had that. No, this is not. That's our.
Well, she played Queen e5.
Queen e5 to try to take that g5 square from the queen. Right?
Isn't that even worse? Because doesn't that walk head over heels into the rook f5 move?
Well, what I can
Isn't
see
that
is
rook
that
f5
rook f5 looks good.
You
That's
got to
the
go
killer.
queen h2.
By the way, you might want to start with queen takes h6 first, right?
I like the king on h8 because I was feeling.
But you can take it back. Just queen takes g6
She's
is on
done
board.
queen takes g6,
King
and
h8.
here's the money move. You think queen h6?
You can take it first, and then.
Well, you mean knight h7, bishop? Okay, bishop d4 instantly.
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, in that case, I'm grubbing a pawn. You're right.
What do you mean bishop d4?
Well, if you go knight h7, which was
Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. What is that?
Oh,
it's not
the rook is
protected.
not protected. Jovi, you're supposed to be my roof. You got to protect me from myself.
Because I had the same mislight as well. I was like, can you just go bishop d4?
It's the Jedi mind trick. I'm telling you, it works every time. Even though my co-host,
You can try it only once per broadcast.
Rook
Yes.
f5. That's what Naji came to this game with a single-minded focus of just winning. That's it. Rook f5. I love that. Go ahead, play queen h2, which she has done.
King
Move the
f1.
king to f1. Bishop d4 is on her agenda, and the king on h8 is
This is over.
finito.
This game over.
Absolutely.
What a bounce back.
Wow. Bishop d4, queen takes d4. That's only a two-piece sacrifice.
It's also with check, right? I mean, thank you very much.
Okay. Should Naji win, and we think it's pretty clear, they're going to go play another 2 games. There'll be a break.
There will be a big break.
A big break, really?
Another hour.
Well, we're going to come back at 5:30 p.m.
Oh my. Well, that wasn't the short. For some reason, I had it in my mind. Today might be a short day of games, but no.
No, these
I got it
players
wrong
are-
because there's a big break between the games. I forgot about that.
Exactly, and also these players are really in good shape. And yes, they have a few bad moments, but overall the standard has been exceptional.
This has been an impressive comeback for sure. Rook F5, Queen H2, King F1. Alice, she's just, there's nothing to be done. Bishop D4, Rook takes F6, Knight takes B7. We don't want to count the ways that White is winning. It's too much. Now, this is the type of position, Cristian. If you said to me it was +6, I'd believe you. There are other positions where you say the position's +6, and I only felt I was slightly better. This looks
Double that.
completely
+12.
overwhelming.
+12.
+12.
Yeah, okay, it's over. I mean,
Yeah.
Maybe you have to go something like Knight G8, allow me Bishop to D4, sacrifice every single piece you have on the board.
Sacrifice.
Like Bishop E5, I take on E5, you take back with the Queen, and you
I
pray that
see.
you're not going to get checkmated in the next couple of moves. But
I just like the word sacrifice.
That's an optimistic
you don't know, understatement.
bite you.
Yes, yes.
flesh wound. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess we're just going to see the handshake. We're waiting for the handshake here, as Alice just simply doesn't have a move.
No, there's no moves. I mean, maybe you can try to go back to D6, but I can take on B7 if I want. And look at that little smile on Nazi's face. Is it just me, or is there a little bit of a smile?
There's a huge smile. She knows she's got it in the bag.
Right.
And it's like a good movie, right? She can sit back and enjoy her position
Truly.
play out.
Truly. I mean, it's a bad sign when you have to go back to D6, and I think we were looking at Queen D6 instead of Queen E5, and you got your Rook to F5
Yeah.
with a gain of tempo,
Yeah.
which is like, oh dear, oh dear.
The
oh
match
dear.
continues
The
right
match
now.
continues.
The match continues.
And well, if it does continue, then we're going to see tie breaks where the players will be playing 2 more games at the time control of 10 minutes plus 5-second increment per move.
Now that's I mean, Alice, the much younger participant, I always thought of junior players as great blitz players. Like, I thought that I was a much better blitz player than a tournament player. Like, I may have had a 1500 tournament rating, but I thought I was like a strong A player in blitz. So oftentimes junior players, their blitz ratings, they're underrated in blitz. Is that the case with Alice? Do we feel that she's a blitzer?
Well, we haven't really seen too much of her. I mean, we saw her lose in the tie breaks yesterday to Arena.
That wasn't in the blitz.
No,
That was in
wasn't
the
a
rapids.
Yeah.
Not to my eyes. I think she's a very good classical player, in fact.
Yeah.
I
So
think
she's
so.
worked on that side of her game.
She likes to think, she likes to take her time and choose her plans when she gets out of the opening. I think it helps her balance her attributes very, very well if she has longer time controls.
Exactly. She did play a move. Knight takes G4. Okay. I mean, somewhat creative at least. Knight takes G4. H takes G4. I'm very happy to set up Bishop D4 check. You can trade, but you still have got to defend this
Yeah.
this killer threat.
I also wonder whether you could throw in
Please.
Bishop D4 straight.
Immediately.
Yeah,
Immediately.
immediately. I've never heard someone to say that, but
Right.
I like it.
Rook
Rook
takes
takes. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Just keep it
H
simple.
takes-
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Keep
Take
it
on
simple.
G4. Take the piece, the free piece. There's no compensation.
That is a free piece.
Rook takes
Rook
F5.
takes F5.
And you can just see from the way that Alice
Yeah, the
moves
body language
pieces,
on that
she
move. That
knows,
was
she knows it's over.
For sure. Yeah. No,
Just a question of time.
that did not look like the confident recapture of somebody who's really got this game under control. Rook takes H. Well, just because Naji is thinking Queen takes F5.
Why not?
Well, because you kind
But
of
at the same time, G takes F5, you also keep Queen takes H6 on the board.
exactly.
And you also close the F file. So I
And you're kind of keeping a potentially a watchful eye for
Yes.
checkmate.
I think G takes F5 plays itself.
Yeah. But just the fact that 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 she's thinking, it suggests to me that she's
And it
considering-
certainly looks like
Oh.
Alice and Naji are not the only ones headed to
headed.
tie breaks because, hey, take a look at this. And the players are now Rook and King against.
By the
and now
way,
King
this
and
is
King.
the King and King back to
And-
back.
And we're going to see 2 sets of playoffs, both playing.
Is that the rule in chess, by the way? You're playing a match, and you play 3 games to King versus King. Is it 3-game repetition in a tie match? I've reached this position
That's a
3
new one.
times in the match. I'm claiming a drawn match.
You invented a new one. I like it. Yes.
I mean, you have to go to 2 weeks of FIDE arbitering school to discover if that's a part of the FIDE rules.
Let's get
What
back
do you
to-
got
Well, let's
for
get
us,
back to the
Christian?
game because we still have 1 game left. And
Okay.
most likely we're going to see a resignation very soon. But
After
let's
rook
keep
take, we
an eye on
do
that.
have G takes, by the way. That too compelling. Simple chess.
Right now, it just feels like you either go queen to d6, allow me to exchange the queens.
And
If I
take a
want to,
piece.
maybe I go f6. Maybe I exchange the queens. Then I take on b7. That's 2 pieces. That's resignation.
Yep.
I can go f6. That's resignation. But what else?
She's reached and she's played Queen H4.
Queen h4, okay. You're stopping bishop d4. I understand that. But
That's
what about
about-
your idea with knight e6?
Yeah, that's about just the only thing it does, right?
So it threatens Rook G8. I don't
Knight
whether that
e6, rook
tells
g8,
anything.
bishop d4.
Threatens. That's
That's a strong word.
using
I'm sorry. there's no threat. Okay, I take it back. You well pointed,
threatens.
well pointed out. Yes.
Threatens. Okay, I'm a bit. I'd kind of just like tickle you bishop f2 so I can drop the rook on the position, bishop f2.
Like for instance, could you just kind of put it in the bank and go knight takes bishop? Da-da!
Yes, of course.
2 pieces up.
True, and next turn go queen takes h6 as well. Yeah, I was just thinking if I had this position, in a blitz game I'm playing bishop f2. In a classical game I may be playing knight takes b7, but bishop f2 just, keeping the attack. Ooh, look at that. Queen takes h6 and bishop takes h6. And again,
Good
this
enough.
bishop, you've
Really
got
good enough.
rook check and rook e7.
Now
Let's
it's the
take
march
another
of
pawn.
the.
Let's take another
F pawn
pawn.
as
Bishop
well?
takes c6.
Bishop takes c6.
Why not?
Yep. Boy, that's just simply overwhelming, isn't it?
You want to go f6? You can do that as well. If you want.
Right.
Yeah.
I would have played knight takes b7, waiting for the provocation before playing queen takes h6. But let's face it, extra piece,
Check.
overwhelming.
Oof. Yeah.
Bishop retreats to e3. Just reminding black that the bishop on c8 is in a pin.
I sort of like what Nazi is doing because she could easily just blitz out a few moves and force resignation. But she's letting her opponent suffer right now. And sometimes this is the worst feeling because you're
Right.
completely busted. You're just like,
Right.
okay, make some moves so that I can resign.
Right.
And your opponent just stops and thinks and takes her time, enjoys the moment, and you obviously just want to get out of there, right? Go back to your room, get ready for the next set of matches. Your opponent just doesn't let you do that. Bishop e3, best move in the position.
Bishop e3, just defending the knight. Oh, look at this. How devilish. You're setting up a cheapo. Bishop a6 check.
That's okay. Let's go bishop takes c6.
Rook
Rook
e7.
E7.
It just,
Ba-bum.
and that was
And
the.
that's it.
Alice said, look, I needed a way to get out of here. Let me play my one last cheapo. Naji didn't fall for it. And we have 2 tied matches.
Yes, we do.
We
Yes,
do. And let's have a look at the results in the in the match between Levon, Aronian and Wesley. So it was tied, and that means that they are playoff bound. And the same situation in the match between Naji-Pakitsa and Lee. Both players, very impressive games with the white pieces. And again, off to the playoffs.
But they got there in very different ways. 2 drawn games, tough drawn games. Wesley had the upper hand in the first, but in these, with the ladies,
Brutal.
2 brutal victories. I mean, really kind of one-sided, I want to say. And we're going to be doing the playoffs. There's a gap between when they play. So what are we going to do during this gap? We asked the players, right?
We did. We asked the players, what do they think of this format?
The American Cup is played under a unique and exciting double elimination format. What is fun about it in your opinion?
Actually, this is my first time here. I changed my federation like a couple of months ago, so this is a new thing to me, and I'm looking forward to it. This is a very interesting event. It's kind of different event, I would say. The format is different, and also even the time control.
I do really like the format. It's a lot of fun, and I think the players also enjoy that it has different time controls. It's not just classical chess.
I like this tournament knockout system. I think it's very for spectators. It's a wonderful system. It's more interesting than round robin tournament. Every game is very important, and for spectators, I think it's more interesting format. For us, also, I like something different.
I'm quite excited to play in the American Cup. I've never played in this type of tournament before, where we have mix of classical and rapid. How I like it, I guess that depends on how I do. So I will tell you that after the tournament.
Yeah, so I think certainly the world has changed a lot in terms of chess over the last couple of years. A lot of people, in terms of the fans, they want to see quicker chess tournaments that don't go as long as they have traditionally. So when you have a match format, I think this is a little bit of a template similar to the FIDE World Cup, which is an event that's held similarly, where you have 2-game matches, you have knockouts, and you have an ultimate winner. And I think that when you have a format like this where you do have a winner at the end of the day, and even if it's after a couple of days of play, nonetheless you have someone winning when they're playing head-to-head, that's certainly more favorable, and I think the fans like that. So I'm pretty optimistic about the format, and I think it should be a great show for everyone.
I really enjoy formats like this where you mix classical chess, rapid chess, and even if it gets their blitz chess, because it's like 3 kind of different skill sets that a player has to have.
Well, I'm a huge proponent of knockout style tournaments in general. I think that's absolutely the best way to run any individual sport, chess included. And so I'm delighted to be playing this knockout event. My big dream would be 4-game classical matches in knockout, because this one does tilt quite a bit towards rapid. And then once you've lost, you start playing rapid very quickly for that. But yeah, I'm a huge proponent of knockout events, and I'm very, very happy to see that the best chess club in the world is hosting knockout events now, now the 2nd year in a row, and I hope it continues to be a tradition.
Yeah, well, this is my 2nd time playing in it, and I think last year I was pretty confused about the format. Now I have a better idea of what it's about, and I enjoyed it last year.
Yeah, it's a fun format, double elimination. The nice thing is that there's a second chance, so if someone has a moment of weakness or an accident happens in one of their games, there's still a second chance, like a chance of redemption, let's say. It's even stronger than last year. Last year Hikaru didn't play, and now he's joining, and so all the best chess players in the United States are playing. It's a genuine super tournament.
I really enjoyed playing in this tournament last year. It was a lot of fun. I liked the double elimination. The World Cup, which is a single elimination, it's kind of sad when you lose early on and then you have to leave and go home. So I like the fact that everyone still gets a second chance.
I really like the format. I think it's a very interesting format, that you have a chance to come back to the tournament after being knocked out. And the field is extremely strong. I'm happy that Hikaru is playing this year. It's always nice to see him. For me, this is a kind of a special tournament. For the first time, playing a tournament and staying in my house, in St. Louis. This is something that I really missed, because I think last time I stayed in my house and played the classical tournament, I was 19, so it's a special feel.
Well, I kind of like the double elimination format. It's become very popular lately online. Also, I just finished a tournament in Berlin, also as double elimination. So I like the idea that it has 2 lives, that each player gets 2 lives. Then you get another chance. And I also like the match format.
I'm very excited about this format. That's my favorite thing about American Cup, because I like that we play a match, this bracket and double elimination format. It's very exciting for us players, because we get to play one player twice and really kind of measure our strength with that one player. And if it doesn't work out, we still have like a recovery that we can still get back to the tournament. Compared to other tournaments where you always play, one person just like with one color, and it takes forever. Here, if you are in good shape, like just go, no one is stopping you. And if you are not, then the tournament is over. So I think it's nice for no matter what's your current shape.
This is the only tournament I've ever played in with this format, and I really like it because I think that classical chess is definitely like a great part of like determining the result of matches based on playing strengths, but rapid chess is like super exciting to watch for general audience.
It's also very strong. It's kind of like the US Championship, but with the strongest possible players. And personally for me, it's kind of like the start of the season, because I took a long break from playing classical chess. So my last tournament was the US Championship, which was back in October, like ages ago, it feels like. So this is the first time that I'll be playing classical, which is nice, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I was looking forward for this tournament, to be honest. I love it. Double elimination, a lot of like exciting moments, a lot of fun to have around. And I just like this tournament in general. It's just like 2 chances and different formats in one tournament, which is great. So this is one of my favorite tournaments, actually.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
This gives us a chance to present another concert from the World Chess Hall of Fame. Music director Brian Owens performs. We'll be back with final coverage of the American Cup. In the meantime, enjoy the special presentation from the World Chess Hall of Fame.
No, I'm just going. How y'all doing? It's got like all questions. Good evening, everybody. How you doing? Good evening, everybody. How you doing? We want to welcome everybody to the World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series. This is our first show of the 2023 season. Yes! My name is Brian Owens, and I am the music director, one of the music directors and artists in residence here. And I'm so excited to see you tonight on behalf of Rex and Jeannie Singfield. Mr. Rex, thank you so much, sir. All of our staff, our amazing staff here, we want to say thank you for being here. You make this possible. And tonight, I get the privilege of kicking off the series. So we're going to be doing things that are related to chess and things that are related to 1972, the year that probably changed chess as we know it in the world, when Bobby Fischer beat Boris Spassky. Yes, so I'm not going to talk a lot tonight. We're going to play a couple tunes right now from 1972. You may know this one. Oh, the band is Rob Woody on drums. I was turned that way. I figured I may as well introduce him. Logan Miller on guitar. And on piano and Moog bass, Adam Manis. One of the few people who could actually do this, what you're about to hear. Are you ready, man? Let's go. Till you use me up. Oh, till you use me up. Hey, my big brother, sit me right down and talk to me. Tell me and get me among your high-class, high-living friends. Oh, when you act real rude to me. Oh, well, I'm sure he meant well. Hey, but when our talk was through, I said, brother, if you only knew, you wish that you was in my shoes. Just keep on using me till you use me up. Hey, till you use me up. Hey, you know sometimes, said it's true, you really do abuse me. You give me among your high-class, high-living friends. Oh, when you act
till you use me up. Hey, till you use me up. Oh, till you use me up. Hey, till you use me up. Oh, talking about you using people. It all depends on what you feel. It ain't too bad the way you're using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do that thing you do. Oh, do the thing you do. Yeah. Talking about you using people, it all depends on what you do. Ain't no better way you're using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do the thing you do. Hey, do the thing you do. Dun, 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 da, da, dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun, dun. Hold on. That's how, you know. But I kind of did it like that the last time we sang it. Adam, how else could we do this song? I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. Make me feel so brand new. I want to spend my life with you. I said a sins since we've been together, loving you forever, forever, forever. It's what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. Oh no, I'll never, 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 never be untrue. I said while they turn around and make up. I just can't see. Honey, I know that you'll never do that to me. Staying around you is all I ever see. Honey, let's stay together. You know, I'm loving you better. Loving you better. Times are good, babe. Happy or sad. Ooh. Ooh. Where the times are good, babe. Where the times are good, babe. Where the times are good and bad. Happy, sad. Where the times are good, oh, bad. Happy and sad. Where the times are good, happy or sad. Let's stay together.
Yeah, man. I like that version. I like that version. That's fun. All right. Time is flying. It's about time to bring up someone other than myself. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all, this is a bad woman. You know, I have a soft spot in my heart for soulful singers. And she's right in there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame stage, the lovely, the incomparable, the soulful Miss Emily Wallace. So we're gonna do a little 1972 stuff for you, and then we're gonna really soul it out a little bit.
Figure out the stool first.
Yeah. How many of you were born in 1972? I'm just playing. You don't have to raise your hand. But you remember this music well, and you may have been riding along in 1972 in the car. You know, some of you probably had kids by then. Retired. No, I'm just playing. And you turn on the radio station, the pop station, and you heard something like this. Yeah, on your 8-track. In your car.
a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Ooh, it's gonna be a bright, oh, bright, sunshiny day. Yes, I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of my bad feelings have disappeared. Yeah. Here is that rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, oh, bright, it's sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue skies. Look straight ahead, there's nothing but blue skies. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone all the dark clouds had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, oh, bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, oh, bright, bright, sunshiny day. Oh, it's gonna be a bright, yeah, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, oh, bright, sunshiny day. Woo!
Emily Wallace, y'all.
I'm so happy to be here.
Your girl. Y'all ain't even ready for what. Y'all ain't ready for this. Oh yeah, we gonna let's go down to Memphis. I remember it now.
I don't wanna lose this good thing that I got, 'cause if I do, I would surely lose a lot. 'Cause your love, yeah, is bitter. No, no, no. Than any love I know. Said it's like thunder.
Just one touch from your baby. Woo. You know it means so much. It's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. Think I'm better on wood, baby. Oh, baby.
Oh, so think I'm better knock on wood. 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 I got you right. Think I'm better knock on wood. 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 I think I'm better knock on wood. I think I'm better knock on wood. Think I'm better hey hey. Think I'm better knock on wood. Think I'm gonna knock on wood.
Another one from the album by Otis Redding and Carla Thomas entitled King and Queen, which is why we do. This was made famous first by the most famous vibrato in human history, Mr. Aaron Neville. It says something like this.
If you want something to play with, go and find yourself a toy. Cause baby, my time is too expensive. And I'm not a little boy.
Brian, if you are serious,
Better stop.
don't mess with my heart. It makes me furious. But if you want me to love you, honey, you know I will. You know I will.
Tell it like it is. Don't be ashamed. Just let your conscience be your guide. But I
tell it like it is.
Tell it like it, tell it like it, tell it like it is.
I want you to forget your foolish pride.
You know that life is too short to have sorrow.
You may be here and gone tomorrow.
So you might as well do what you want. So go on and leave. Go on and leave. Tell it like it is. Don't be ashamed to let your conscience be your guide. Now, telling lies it is. Deep down inside of me, I want you to forgive your foolish pride. Oh, just tell it like it is. Don't be ashamed. Let your conscience be your guide. Tell it like it is. Oh, forget your pride. Tell it like it
Gonna do a little Sam Cooke for you right now. you be excited if you want. Okay. I'm gonna try it again. We're gonna do a little Sam Cooke for you right now. Thank you. We got some Sam. Okay. Thank you, Sam Cooke people. Thank you, Sam Cooke people. You ready, man?
If you ever change your mind about leaving me behind, oh, just bring it to me. Bring your sweet love. Bring it on home to me. Yeah. If you give me jewelry, and some money too, and everything that you do, I'm sure gonna bring it. Bring my sweet loving. I'm gonna bring it on to you, baby. You know I tried to treat you right, but honey, you stayed out late at night. But I forgive you if you bring it to me, bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving, bring it home to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know I'm glad to shed your light when you left. When I walked out the door, but harmony. Yeah, harmony. Ooh. Come on, say yeah. Yeah. Come on, bring it to me. Just bring it on, your sweet love me. Bring it on home to me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say yeah. Say yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just say yeah. Say yeah. Yeah. No yeah. Bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving. Bring it on home to me.
Y'all doing all right? You sure?
I know a place. Come, ain't nobody worried. Ain't nobody worried. Ain't no smiling faces. Lying to the races. Come on, yeah, say help me now. I'll take you there. Oh no, say help me now. I'll take you there. Who say help me, I'll take you there. Oh, say come on. Said I know a place. Ain't nobody crying. Ain't nobody worried. No. Ain't no smiling faces. Yeah. Lying to the races. Oh no. Come on, yo, say help me now. Say help me now. Keep harmony, help me. I'll take you there. Come on, say help me now. I'll take you there.
Break it down that bass line. It goes.
One more time. Oh, no. Y'all say help me now, I'll take you there. Whoa, I'll take you there. Come on, say no, hey, I'll take you there. You know that I will, I'll take you there. We're going over yonder, yeah, I'll take you there. Someday we're going over yonder, yeah, I'll take you there. Come on now, I'll take you there. Bring it out, just gonna do. Just some glad morning when the life is over. You know I'm gonna fly away. Going to a home on God's celestial shore. You know that I'm gonna fly away and I'll take you there. So when the shadows of this life are blown, you know that I'm gonna fly away. I'm going to a home on God's celestial shore. You know that I will fly away. And when I go, you know that I'll take you there. If you wanna go with me, I'll take you there. If you wanna fly with me, I'll take you there. Sure, I'm gonna go. I'll take you there. Come on, say it with me now. I'll take you there. Come on, say sing it now. I'll take you there. If you no, say no, I'll take you there.
Take you there.
You know, help me now.
I'll take you there.
You know, say help me now.
I'll take you there.
Someone say help me now.
I'll take you there.
I'll take you there. She packed my bags, that's night pre-flight. 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. Miss the earth so much, I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space. Such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me back to life. Not the man I think I am at home. Oh, I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning out his fuse up here alone. Rocket Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. And there's no one there to raise them, even if you did. And all this science I just don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week. it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Rockin' man. Rockin'
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a couple more for you, but again, Rob Woody on drums. Logan Miller on guitar. Adam Manis on everything, plus the kitchen sink. Emily Wallace.
I love her.
And I'm Brian Owens. A lot of stuff going on in the world always. 1972, I joke, but it was a long time ago. And we still dealing with some of the same stuff. Humans will be humans, which means love must be love. Bill Withers wrote this song. When record labels thought songs like this couldn't sell, nobody wanted to hear songs like this. And it ended up being a hit. And all he was doing was expressing the deep need that we all have to have somebody. He said, sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow.
Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can feel those of your needs that you won't let show. Say you just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. Said we all need somebody to lean on. Said I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you cannot bear, that you can't carry, you don't know, right up the road, and you know I'll share your load. If you just call me, say you just call on me, brother. I wanna go there. When you need a hand, we all need somebody to lean on. That I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. So lean on me when you're not strong,
are back after that nice short break.
Yes. We hope you all enjoyed it.
Definitely, we certainly did. And anyhow, the players got off to a very blistering start. You know, we saw blows being traded in the matchup between Naji-Pakitsa and Alice Lee. And in the open section, let's have a look at how they got along. And we saw it was 2 draws, but 2 very eventful draws.
Yes,
as
they were.
Wesley was pushing Levon Aronian in that first game. And this means that in the ladies section, we are
These
also...
were the blows being traded as Naji lost the first game very decisively, and Alice lost the second game.
Very decisively as well. So we're going to see a very exciting playoff, and this is what they are fighting for. They are fighting for a spot in the grand final, where they will go up to the champions bracket and meet Irina Krush, and is waiting in the wings tomorrow. And there we can see, well, Irina's path to the top was very smooth, and it netted her a $5,000 champions bracket bonus. And in the open section,
the
elimination bracket, it's all between Wesley So and Levon Aronian, who has kind of been working up the standings like a submarine.
Yep.
And they will face none other than Hikaru Nakamura,
the number 1 seed.
Yes, the headline act. And he picks up a spot in the grand final and also nets a $10,000 bonus.
And as we get ready for this competition, now the players will be speeding up the tempo of the game as well. We just saw the 25-minute games. Now we're going to be seeing 10 plus
5 seconds.
10 plus 5, sorry, yes. Sometimes I get confused by these time controls. And, well, they'll play black and white.
Yes.
This is not going to be the Armageddon game. So we're all anxiously waiting.
I know.
But one cool thing about this set of matches is that they switch colors.
Yes.
So Wesley started with white pieces in their first encounter, the 25 plus 10. Right now, when we switch to 10 plus 5, it's going to be Levon and Nazi, respectively, who will start with the white pieces. And we've seen how important those white pieces were, especially in the ladies section.
Well, I want to say Alice's games with black are concerning.
Shaky.
Because Irina Krush really had her way in the game that she was white when she played Alice yesterday. In today's game, Naji looked really regal with the way she played the white pieces. So something about these Nimzo Indian Queen's Gambit positions are not working very well for Alice at the moment. And of course, we've got a Blitz tournament coming up on Sunday.
The fun just keeps on coming. On Sunday, there'll be a Blitz event, 9 rounds, no draw offers, a very fast time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And it will include roughly 40 players, including those from local universities and eliminated American Cup participants. So it's going to be super strong, including our very own Varush Akobian.
Yeah, Varg throwing his hat into the ring. He's actually been training with a lot of the St. Louis University team as coaching and as a trainer. So, you know, he's going to have to show these youngsters how the pieces move. We'll look forward to that. What is going to separate Wesley and Levon from one another, Cristian? Did you pick up anything in those first 2 games that could be the decider?
Wesley's white pieces are very, very strong. So we're going to have to wait and see for the second match how Wesley is going to, whether he will be able to get an advantage out of the opening, just like he was able to do so against Hikaru Nakamura and against Levon Aronian in their first match. So the first one that's going to have to change something when Wesley is going to be with the white pieces is going to be Levon, because I have to say Wesley got a very, very good position out of the opening. This is what I'm looking at, the white pieces for Wesley. So Levon, I mean, look, Wesley's Petrov. By the way, everybody plays the Petrov nowadays, it seems like, at a elite level. You see Lanier, you've had Fabiano who was playing the Nepo. Petrov. Of course, Nepo, but now we have even Wesley. Wesley never played the Petrov before, at least not to my knowledge. I only remember him as a knight c6 player and things of that nature. But right now, this is what he's doing. He's playing the Petrov, and he's very solid. He knows what he's doing. He showed it in their second match. Levon wasn't able to get any opening advantage, and he will have to come up with something new.
Right. And for you, Jovi, and the ladies, how do you separate the two, and how do you see the match unfolding?
I think it's all going to depend on how they do with the white pieces, because we see Naji, she's very impressive there. She chooses her openings carefully. For Alice as well has to react to those surprises. I have to say, I did see Alice preparing on the streets of St. Louis with her laptop and with a telephone, obviously a hotline to the coach.
I love it. So she's got her laptop, her coach on the line, and everything to play for. She's trying to make the finals for the second year in a row. I mean, it's strange, this event, how Arena Crush relegated Alice to the elimination bracket. Alice came right back, but then lost the match. As we know, Arena is the defending champion, looking to do the same, and Naji stands in her way.
Yeah, she certainly does, and the handshake, and what will Naji open with D4? D5.
And if I remember correctly, it was Alice Lee last year that eliminated Naji. Is that correct? By the way,
I don't think Naji played.
She did not play. Okay.
She played in the US Championships.
Right.
She definitely eliminated her in this competition.
Yeah.
In the classical encounter. And now Naji is trying to take revenge with that match. By the way, this is eerily similar to what Levon and Wesley played.
I was about to say, C takes D5 sure looks like a similar setup, right? Bishop B7.
By the way, bishop on E2.
Why bishop E2?
I'm not a big fan of that move.
Me either.
Because in general, you want to play E4. That's how you get out with the white pieces and get the advantage. If the bishop is on E2, then, I mean, I will be able to take on E4 and then immediately open up the long diagonal with C5.
The only reason I can imagine that the bishop shouldn't be on D3 is you go castles and rook D1 very, very quickly so that you can play E4. With the bishop on E2, well, I don't know. It looks a little timid, let's put it that way. B2, B3, bishop B2 on white's agenda, castles, bring the rooks to the center. Bishop D6, queen E7, castle, solid stuff.
I have to say, though, I mean, yes, it looks timid, but I have seen it recommended.
Yes.
On courses. I know Sam Shankland himself was advocating for a system very similar to this.
With the bishop on E2.
With the bishop on E2, with the idea that, you could move the knight back to D2 in certain stages. I mean, it's a complicated line.
Sure.
But also a lot of play for both sides.
A lot of games in this variation, very topical line, and also very topical is the Berlin. So for the moment, Wesley put the Russian defense, the Petrov defense on hold, played the Berlin, takes, and going straight into the Berlin ending, knight G5, knight D4.
So how exactly can one beat Wesley when he's playing the Petrov and the Berlin? I mean, these are the two most difficult openings to beat with the white pieces when you start with one E4 is just brutal. Indeed.
Yeah. Knight, help me out here on this one, Cristian. Knight G5, knight D4. These two moves, they look, to my eyes, off the beaten path.
For who?
For white.
For white, right?
For white,
Yes, I think he missed this move, knight to D4. Isn't this just winning a pawn?
Well, it sure looks that way to me, to my eyes as well.
Just
He just
take on
played the
C2,
move bishop G5, gifting the pawn. Not that there's anything wrong with the pawn gift. I like that, but also bishop E7.
But you usually get something in return for the pawn gift. You're not getting anything in this situation.
I'm not sure that's true.
Take
I'm
on
kind
C2.
of
Yasser, come on.
I'm kind of thinking that this pawn is pretty isolated.
This is absolutely shocking to me that you haven't taken that pawn on c3.
Well, I want that one, but I want that one too.
This is the biggest shock of this broadcast.
Paradigm shift. Yes or no, grabbing a pawn.
And this is, I don't know, if you play rook c2, shall we just have a quick look with me for a second here. I'm going to play rook here, pawn here, and I'm going to lasso the e5 pawn.
Yes,
no, he's taking it.
Stop
he's
it.
taking
Stop
it.
Stop it.
He didn't play
no one believes you. I mean, I understand you're trying to cover your tracks, but no one believes you. You're going to take that pawn instantaneously.
Okay. Well, he sure did. And Wesley said, look, upon my word, the knight, by the way, will have a gorgeous square on D. I mean, that's an outpost that you are not kicking me out of. This is a blunder.
It is. It's not a pawn sacrifice. Let's just put it this way.
It's a blunder.
It's a pawn blunder right now.
But the shocking part is Levon has been preparing the Berlin himself.
Right.
I mean, he's been playing and very successfully as black, and then he gets the position as white and he blunders a pawn.
You know how difficult the Berlin and how confusing the Berlin is, right?
Right.
You can play with the black pieces, with the king on e8, with the king on c8, the bishop on d7, the bishop on e6. There are so many iterations of the Berlin. You can easily get lost. And this is exactly what seems to have happened with Levon in this case. A miracle will save him because this is just a pawn up and it's such a healthy pawn. Right?
It
you
is
have
a
that
very
beautiful majority on the queen side. Once you start that roll, you put the knight on d6, b6, c5, c4 is going to be suffocating for white's pieces.
Is there any hope? You know, I'm thinking, you know, yes, he's a pawn down. Whoops-a-daisy, you made a blunder. The game continues, right? You can go f4, f5, try to get some activity rolling.
You can try. You can definitely try.
Okay, so he's put his knight on e4, which was also something that I thought about, but then I thought that black will simply go bishop e7, and I didn't see it.
Any takers?
I really don't understand what's wrong with you guys.
Knight
Take the
takes
pawn.
A2?
Take the pawn.
I mean,
Take it.
Is there any takers for knight takes a2?
I'll take it, yes. Thank you very much.
That's two very good pawns, right?
That's two pawns, yes.
Yeah, and if you move your bishop in order to play knight g5, you're not scaring anybody.
That is two pawns, and I'm a hungry man.
Thank you. Thank
Please give me
you.
that
That's the biggest compliment since the show began. All right, we're greedy for pawns. Knight takes a2 certainly has my attention. h7, h6, knight d5.
Pretty sure Wesley's thinking
I think
about it.
Wesley's
thinking about it too.
He's taking pawns that I thought he shouldn't grab.
Right, but just for fun, I mean, come on, really, where's the compensation?
That's a good question.
Where is the...
F4, come on. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, so I just want to stop any future knight g5 ideas.
Bishop h4.
Let's go. Bishop e7. That was a big huff and a puff.
It was a big huff and a puff. Okay, I can't obviously swap that off, so...
Bishop. Where are you
going?
Back.
Back to f2.
Brilliant. Okay.
Beautiful.
And your whole f4, f5 is suddenly in tatters.
All right, is he taking it or not?
Knight. Okay, I have an idea. Knight c5. Okay. Ooh.
Trade him off. Trade him off.
Yeah.
More trades.
Yes. F5.
Right.
There you go. Woohoo.
Woohoo.
Small victories.
And that's it.
It's the little victories that count. By the way, it's 4 versus 1 on the queen side. I've got some good news. I've got some bad news. You got your f5, but yeah, well, knight takes a2. He doesn't have that much time, does he? I mean,
7 minutes for both players. 7 minutes and 40 seconds for Levon. He's trying to speed things up, trying to put some pressure on the clock. Wesley, 7 minutes, thinking about munching on that pawn, and he does.
And he convinced himself. The more he looked at it, he said, you know what? You don't even have the usual compensations that you might think you have. F4, F5, G4, G5, G4, F5. It's not there.
No, it's not there.
It's just not.
Am I the only one who has like a running commentary going on when they play chess? Like you put on voices? And you kind of try to make it into like some kind of dramatic drama thing. Like for me, if I take that pawn, I'll put on like this British voice. I'll have that.
Okay, yeah, I'll have that.
I'll have that. Thank you very much.
I do have this dialogue with my pieces when I'm at play. Like I just, say to them, like, okay, you bring it home. Like that I'm coronating you. You're the chosen one. Like victory is assured. But as a commentator, no, I'm so respectful of yourself and Cristian that I don't even think of going. And if you believe that.
You believe anything. Okay. So
what is Levon going to do? Come on. People, come up with something.
There's nothing. I mean, he's not coming up with anything either. I think he just bluffed. He bluffed. Wesley thought for a little
bluff.
bit.
Well,
his bluff.
Okay, I mean, Jovi, you were reaching for the F pawn, but I think this is a prelude to F4, F5, and he's done it, and he said, okay, what else am I supposed to do? The only thing I have is my majority is on the king side, and here we were thinking just simply knight d5, F5, something like king F7, and you know what? I really do like the move H6. I really like stopping any, finagles with knight G5.
Maybe even bishop E7.
Maybe even bishop E7. But by the way, I was looking. Yeah.
You were trying to get knight D3.
Well, knight D5, F5, bishop E7. Sure. This is H6. That's such a useful
knight D5. Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It all is very logical, isn't it?
Right, it totally is.
One thing I can tell you, I think we're going to see a modern next game.
Well,
that's if Wesley opens with E4.
He will. Well, no, he'll open up with D4. We'll still see the kind of a modern, the fianchetto, some kinds of King's Indian.
Usually players, whenever you go D4, G6, players with the white pieces play E4.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because it's considered to be such a good opening for white, objectively.
By the way, I mean, you've played F4, and I understand, you've got to get your majority going, but just, after you've played F5, King D7, you kind of come to a stop once again, because you've played F5, but you don't really want to capture on E6. And if you bypass, well, it's sort of like you have a protected pass pawn on F6, which is actually pretty firmly blockaded for the time being. So I don't know. I just don't see what all of this demonstration is going to bring. Sorry, just to finish that point that I was making, F6, here. Now is a perfect time to get in the bishop E7 move. Wow. Bishop takes E7, king takes E7, a dream come true for Berlin. Shall we see what's going on in the Alice Lee game?
Yes, absolutely, because that one is heating up as well. By the way, she missed a golden opportunity, Naji-Pakitsa, that is. By the way, she got a tremendous position once again.
Did she?
Yes, Nazi, with
F5,
white pieces.
queen C2, rook over, bishop D3, gift me the pawn. Queen F7, what? Oh, knight G5, queen H5, H3, setting up this threat, H6, rook D1.
But instead of rook to A to D1, she had this golden opportunity of opening up the A2 GA diagonal with the move C5.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Now rook takes E6.
This is this is crushing. This is absolutely crushing.
If you move the bishop, I can even take on H6 if I want.
Absolutely.
Once I open up that diagonal, you're busted.
By the way, this is something that you always look at tactically. The reason why you look at C4, C5 from the tactical point of view, because black so self-evidently wants to play C6, C5 herself. You could shut her down. A big and golden missed opportunity for sure.
Her position is still beautiful, though.
It is.
Black is
and
really
she got in C5. Also in a nice way, bishop c4, that's, or maybe
She went to
queen
f8. To b8, really?
to b8.
Wait a minute. Leaving the long diagonal open like this?
I know, that does look...
That's dangerous.
I guess she's banking on playing knight f6 and knight d5. And if a knight does appear on e5, she'll trade it off faster than you can say.
Very good point.
Lickety split.
Very
Got
good
it.
point.
Wow. I'm just looking at this awful, awful bishop. I understand what you're saying about the knight coming to d5. And even though it's not my very first choice, something as crude as this, I mean, visually you can see that white is the one enjoying all the space.
Right.
And these bishops are pretty locked in.
I
Again, not
agree.
my first choice.
No, it's not, knight e5 is not my first choice either as white. I think I would probably be trying to build the position a little bit, like you've highlighted. I kind of also want to double on the e line.
Yes.
But
Definitely.
I think Alice has to not obsess so much about.
And
okay,
by the
knight
way,
e5
knight
played.
e5 was played.
One of the things that I can say about this type of position for black
Yes.
is don't obsess about this bad bishop on b7. It's bad, accept it. And you just get on and you just go, well, you know, I will simply react to whatever white does. And as long as you're surviving on a move-by-move basis, then you can defend. I know it's ugly, but this is
really
super ugly. I don't think I would have taken on c5. I'll be
Right.
honest with you, because it opens up another line of attack for the white rooks.
Yeah, I mean, if we could magically play the illegal move, rook to d1 to d6, that would be game, set, and match. I'm just wondering how big a threat is the move knight takes c5. Queen b4 asked the question directly. Knight takes c5, you're obviously...
It's a bit of a strange move to allow knight takes c5, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
somehow I wanted to do it where my rook was coming to d6.
Well, she took it.
Yeah, I think where I was heading was something more along the lines of bishop c2, knight takes, rook to d6, something like this. Don't even think of opening up my diagonal. She has played instead queen b4, knight takes c5.
Yeah, I'm not very convinced about
Well,
this sequence of moves.
Bishop c2. I mean, again, I am seeing or visualizing the rook dropping in on d6 and thinking, okay, I have massively good
Okay, what if I put the rook on d5?
I think that's a
Cover everything?
necessary and very good
does it.
move.
No, but it
This
feels
is
like
not
Alice is taking
convincing.
over, doesn't it?
Well, wait a minute. Bishop to d4. She's done bishop to d4.
You can just move
And
the
what are the
knights.
clocks between
So,
the two players?
Okay, so Alice has just 4.5 minutes, whereas Nazi has 3.5 minutes.
And again, they
A5.
are getting the 5-second. Ooh!
That's a spicy move.
It certainly is. It invites queen b6.
Let's go for it.
Queen b6, kind of like shouldering up to the bishop on b7. It
I
also
like this move.
invites bishop takes c5, right?
I like this move. I'm just... No, bishop takes c5 I take. I think that's
With
good
the
endgame.
rook. I apologize. And queen b6, Naji playing... Staying ahead on the clock? I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, she's
is
4.5 minutes, and Naji is 3 minutes and ticking down.
Less.
And in the
By
game
the way,
between
let's
Levon
just
Aronian
flip
and
over to that
Wesley
game.
So, Levon Aronian only has 30 minutes.
30 seconds.
Sorry, 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yes.
And he is
Is
a
a
whole
rook.
down.
But okay, he's in for a penny, in for a pound. This was the exchange sacrifice. I wasn't even sure I wanted to take it. I wanted to play king d7. And Levon saying, no, I'm going to try to go hog wild with something like knight f6, rook takes c7.
How do you do hog wild?
I
mean,
don't
What
know
if I
how.
go knight back, knight e3?
Knight e3 makes sense,
That-
and then you could just go all in, yes. Yes.
Knight f6. I
Knight
was going to
f6.
take it and go knight d6 check. That
Okay,
was
Yeah.
my my hope was to go knight d6,
Knight
get two
d5.
connected pass pawns.
I think, yeah. And now you
And
can go G.
Bishop e7.
Not,
Bishop
yes, Bishop
e7.
King
And-
f8.
Yeah.
I mean, you are a rook down after all.
Don't bother me with the details. I'm just telling you how you're going to win this game.
You were a rook and 2 pawns down. Now you're just a rook down.
Yeah. Okay. Rook f7 on the board, and Wesley, plenty of time against 30 seconds. We think that,
Is there any way for
it'll-
Wesley to go wrong? So, for instance, say he doesn't go knight e3, and,
Oh,
tries to go
I'm sure
rook
there.
c8 or something like
Yeah,
that.
I'm sure there are 100. Like this is one way, where suddenly you've got these two pass pawns that are
Right,
terrifying.
but if you go g5, I mean, how dangerous is it?
Oh, you even have g5. That's a setback.
It is, but you know.
Oh dear. Sorry. It seems like
By
you
the
did
way,
play rook c8.
Wesley really loves his pawns.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering, right? So if you just take some negative decisions.
Rook c8, bishop f6.
Don't
Sorry,
take on
rook-
f6.
No.
Don't touch that bishop. That's one thing you shouldn't do.
And that's how you go wrong. You take the bishop, and then here, at last, we do see a checkmate. So he didn't take the bishop. Oops, excuse me. That was my bad. And I will just refresh my board. It will only take me a second. Rook c8, rook g8, h5. I mean, talk about going all in, all in, all in. There you go. I would take that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? HG.
No, he brings his knight back to the game.
Okay, so take. Oh, then you take with a check. 5 seconds and g6. Oof. Okay, now you can just
you'd
bring
go
your
back
knight
knight
back.
to f5 or knight d5.
It's a beautiful protected square. Bishop e7 is next.
Levon, 10
Oh,
seconds.
bishop e7. Maybe bishop takes e7 and knight f6 check.
Mm-hmm.
That's like.
No, knight f6 I take, and I take on g6 with check.
Yeah.
Maybe knight d6.
Ah. Maybe knight d6.
But even then, I'll give you the rook. I'll take that. I'll take on g6. You go d7. I go king d8.
What about if you go bishop
He's
e7?
asked the same question I asked.
7
What about bishop?
seconds.
7.
5, 4.
He's taken,
Takes.
and you got to go knight d6 check or knight f6. No, knight f6. You told me the g6 pawn is
Yeah.
hanging with check. There he goes. Knight d6 check.
Take on g6.
And now you said you're just going to give me the rook.
I'll give you the rook. Yes.
So you're going to move the knight by capturing the
Yeah,
pawn.
and Wesley
take the
goes
pawn.
for that.
h4.
H4 instantly.
H5.
I mean, what is Levon? Levon is sacrificing everything.
I'll play h5.
I would go rook d8. I'll sidestep the big threat.
And Wesley, with under 3 minutes, has all the time in the world. I mean, could he even
And
go
how about
knight takes pawn?
Knight e5? What?
Oh, but there you have a draw, right? Because the rook will go to e7.
Oh my
You
gosh.
have one check. No, you don't have a draw. You have one check.
That is probably the most unexpected perpetual check you'll ever see in your life. You're a rook and a knight and many pawns down, and you took the wrong pawn. Oh my goodness. So not that one.
Rook d8, knight e5. There's so many ways.
And guys,
Don't play
Alice
rook
is gonna,
f8.
Alice looks like she's well on the way to winning her game with the black pieces.
Oh my goodness. Okay, as we do expect Wesley to win this game, something went wrong for Naju, and we left it. She got her queen trapped. We left it after queen b8, knight b4, bishop a4, rook a8. Look at this. She got her queen trapped. And suddenly, oh my goodness. And the bishop is hanging on a4.
And
the rook is
as
hanging
well.
on
And we see a
b1.
handshake. Alice Lee has won the first game with the black pieces. And they'll have a very short break, and then they'll do it all over again.
Could you define short break for just a moment?
No.
We had a short break a while ago, didn't we?
Well, they'll play as soon as this game is finished.
Okay. Shortly after this game is finished, then they'll probably return in 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever.
Wesley
that is.
really doesn't want to give any pawns. Knight F8.
And look at that move. Boy, he loves his pawns. Rook
Clinical.
B8.
And that's it,
H5.
handshake. And Levon gives up. There's nothing to be done with those rooks and 2 pawns. And Levon cannot believe it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen those big poker pots where a guy's holding absolutely nothing. 7 and a deuce. He just keeps going all in, and the other guy's holding a royal flush. He's saying, bring it, nothing happening. That missed its mark by a
but I
long
mean, I have to
shot.
say Levon actually blundered in
Out of the
the
opening.
opening and lost 2 pawns, and then, you know, he had to kind of go all in. He had to sacrifice the whole house if he was to try to do anything.
Okay, 2 decisive games to set us up for the next game, and here we go.
And here we see it, Levon Aronian losing with the white pieces against Wesley So. And in the other playoff between Alice Lee and Naji-Pakitsa, it was Alice winning with the black pieces. Now, Naji-Pakitsa and Levon Aronian are in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Not an easy job.
Absolutely. Christian, jump in for a moment in this game because we didn't see how Naji
Let me
lost
show it to you because it was really cool, I have to say. I was
What
looking through the
happened?
lines and it was really, really cool. At this point, she played this move knight to e5, which, at least to my eyes, it didn't seem right because you're allowing this bishop takes e5, the closure of the long diagonal. You don't have this idea of playing d5, opening up this monstrous queen on c3 and the bishop on b2, a battery against the king on h7. So knight e5, not my cup of tea. Nevertheless, the engine is still saying white is completely winning. Take on c5. Completely winning, yes.
Wow.
Still completely winning, even at this point. Queen to b4, a little bit of a bad move, allowing this knight takes c5. Probably the best would have been to actually go rook to c1 or bishop to c2. Now let's take a look. Knight takes e5, bishop to c2, rook d5, very good move by Alice Lee. Bishop d4, a5, queen to b6. It still feels like white is almost winning in this position. The bishop on b7 is still not playing an important role. All you need to do is take care of the rook on d5, and this is what she's trying to do. Kick the knight away, play the move bishop to b3, attack the rook on d5, and force it to withdraw to d8, after which you will be able to go bishop c5, rook to d6. It's a beautiful position. Knight to a6, rook to b1. Really like this move. Knight to b4. Forget about the engines. The engines are saying that that's not the best move in the position, but I really like the concept of it. What I'm focused on right now, with only 2 minutes and 54 seconds for Nazi, is complicate and create as much chaos as possible with the black pieces. Rook to b5 is a big one. So for example, if you take the knight on b4, rook to b5, where is the queen going? Queen to a7, rook to a8. I'm hunting that queen. I'm going to be able to capture it, and that's going to create not a winning position for black, but a slightly better situation for black. Now, she understood that, Nazi that is. She played the move bishop to a4, guarding this square b5. And if you don't have the following move with the black pieces, and if you don't see the following move with the black pieces, then you're just simply busted. Because you move the knight, you lose the bishop on b7. You play knight d3, you lose the bishop on b7. Sooner or later, I'm probably going to go after knight to d3, rook to d1, or rook to e3. I'm going to target this knight, and then I'm going to pick up the bishop on b7. But look what she found. Rook to a8. That's a very hidden move, at least to my eyes. You played knight to b4, bishop to a4. Finally, I'm guarding all of these squares close to my queen. Boom! Rook to a8 comes on the board. Rook to a6, and there's no way to stop it. So you have to give up the queen. Rook to a6, take. Sure, you created a beautiful pass pawn, but c5. And right now I'm starting to have my own attack with the queen. And finally, the bishop that has been pretty much locked the whole game. Finally, it has a life of its own, and after queen to g5, things are getting dicey for the white king. Queen to h5, rook takes d5, bishop takes d5.
No,
it's
here it's
all
gone.
she wrote right now.
If instead of the move rook e1 to d1, if you go back to that moment where Naji played rook e1 to d1 about 5 moves ago, that one, bishop to b5, put the bishop back on
Best
f1.
move. Yes.
And
bishop to b5.
sorry, I have
best
to
move.
interrupt ourselves. The play has actually started.
Yeah.
That was a short break. That was unexpectedly so. And oops, I'm going to need some help, it looks like, here on this one.
And wow. And we see Naji with the black pieces. She is in a must-win situation, and we're going to see almost a repetition of their game in the classical encounter a long time ago.
Would you mind? I've managed to get lost on the site. I was going broadcast and it went.
The blind.
Yes, here.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, let's. And
Knight to d7. All right. I
She
like what
likes these
Nazi is doing.
fianchettos.
She really loves this d4 c5 idea.
She
played
does.
it once. She played it twice. She's trying it once again. And look, she didn't get bad positions in any of her games. So
No, she did not.
It's a fair option. Knight to e8, knight to c7. Try to target that pawn on b5 potentially and open up the dark square. Bishop would be an interesting idea in this position.
Okay, after this move knight d2, I really don't like seeing the knight coming to c4. So if I were in black shoes, I would be most tempted by the move knight b6, intending queen d7 and e6 for Naji. And again, boldly stating the obvious, black has to win to extend the match further, and she has played knight b6.
Yeah.
And
I have to
for
say, in the other
Levon?
game between Wesley and Levon,
Oh,
Cristian
that
called
game.
it.
I did.
He said it's going to be a modern, and look at that
apologize, I
position.
don't have that position.
I
on my
promise
board.
you it's not rigged.
I don't have that either. Nope, I don't have the game. So knight b6 is all I've got. We'll look at the bird's eye view.
Yeah, I mean, look, he expected it. I'm sure Wesley expected it. And by the way, it did start with d4, g6. So not e4. d4, g6, and then e4. Black Levon, well, he has to do one thing, and that is put as much pressure on Wesley's clock as possible. That's what he's doing. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Hasn't taught for a very long time. And 8 minutes, 30 seconds and dropping for Wesley, trying to figure out his own setup in the position.
Yeah.
Well, with the move knight b1 to d2, one of the things I like for white is always putting this knight on the g3 square. Sorry,
Yeah, I was
Jody.
actually going to say the same thing. That
Okay.
that knight was headed to g3, and it had the Magnus Carlsen seal of approval.
Approval,
You know,
yes.
just that if you play this kind of against this hippo formation, put the knight on g3, and you cannot go wrong. Basically.
Right, your king is going to be really, really super safe. Bishop on c4 is kind of doing a pretty decent job. It tickles the pawn on a6, making sure that the rook more or less stays there. And, well, this move knight to f6, it encourages e5. If you play it immediately after de, it might be a little bit awkward defending this pawn on e5. So the prelude to e5 is the move h3, which was played pretty quickly by Wesley. And now black has a problem. Castles encourages e5.
Bearing in mind the tournament situation,
That you have to win
that
with
you
black,
have to win.
yes.
Yeah, I mean,
You kind of feel like almost obliged to be as provocative as you can.
and
Did we see the move
yeah, we saw the
d5?
move d5 from Levon.
Okay, that kind of makes white's task a little bit easier. After takes, knight e4,
Bishop g5 is coming.
bishop g5. These moves are, what did you call them? Happy moves, easy
Happy
to
moves,
lose?
easy to play, you
Right.
know, and I think as long as you don't overthink things, you know, there's a very natural C3. Reinforce the center, keep
Right.
everything blocked.
So
Looking
D5.
good.
Do we have to take, or can we go back to D3?
Also
Bishop
possible.
D3.
Bishop to D3, yeah.
Just to keep the tension in the position. I don't have to do it, but it just feels more natural.
Takes.
Oh, you want to exchange? I'm happy.
Well, yeah. Again,
Very
it's
happy.
just the match situation's so favorable
I mean,
for
but
Wesley.
what about this kind of position? So you get this, and
Yep.
then you, if I were black, I would go C5.
Exactly. Well, you after
Oh, no,
that's
okay, knight takes knight.
knight takes.
No, for white. Okay, white has a spare move.
Yeah.
I was.
It's
getting
white on turn.
ahead-
Yeah.
I was getting ahead of
But
myself.
I like what you said, C3. This is what I meant about the bishop and queen battery. Kind of, it's annoying that this pawn on A6 is constantly under threat. This is the current situation. Personally, takes, knight E4. That looks and feels the most natural to me. I would say white's better, maybe half a pawn better, but okay, certainly Levon has a position he can play.
Knight to E4.
Yeah.
Trying to take advantage of the fact that you have some weak dark squares potentially after castle, bishop G5.
Most especially bishop G5. Again, it's not the tempo that you want to waste, but there's something to be said for H7, H6, just not to be annoyed by this bishop G5 move.
So you start with H6, yeah?
I mean, I'm a little bit worried about something because, again, all I need is a draw, and I start looking at very forcing lines, such as this one. If I start thinking all I need is a draw, right? I start to say, is this good or not? And he did play H6, by the way.
He did.
Let me just.
And I like your line actually. But it is very committal, and maybe you don't need to do
Two
those
bishops,
kind of
right,
things.
right.
You know, just go C3 or.
Well, another way of doing it, if you really are, you can take on F3. I apologize.
Yeah.
I was thinking the bishop goes back to B7, D5, and so on. Okay.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think it's not necessary. I think you can just sit there with that extra space.
took it.
Go C.
Bishop takes D5 is on the board.
Okay.
Bishop takes D5. Okay.
Bishop takes D5, and
C4,
I think
yes,
we will be seeing C.
You are our resident clairvoyant.
Well, again, when you want that draw, and you can do it from a position of strength, like, you can go C4, but is Wesley right?
I'm not sure,
Bishop
because after
E7,
D5, I mean,
do
to
have
keep the game,
E5.
yeah.
To keep the game interesting and keep the game alive. Yes, he's played bishop B7. Oh, just bishop F4. That's a different approach by Wesley. Excuse me. Bishop takes D5, bishop takes D5.
But this
C4,
is, I mean, this
bishop
is encouraging
B7.
signs for Levon, right?
Is it?
Just have two bishops on the board. None of those bishops are going to get locked out of, of the game.
Wait a minute. I mean, Wesley's got a dark square strategy. Basically, he wants to go knight E5. He wants to trade knights and bishops on the E5 square. And he wants to cozy up to this guy, queen E3. That was a very, very different approach than when I was playing bishop takes D5. I was doing it to play D5. Wesley has his own ideas. He just
I'm
wants
not
to,
saying it's a bad position for
Okay.
white. I'm just saying it's the type of position that Levon was dreaming of at the beginning of this game.
I think that's fair.
Get some chances, right?
Well, to get an imbalance that may be favorable, the two bishops. Okay, but you got to come up with a move after this rook D1, and let's suppose queen E7.
Queen E7. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
King
actually, I don't want to
H7?
give you my pawn. No. I don't want to allow you to take on C7. You'll take it. You'll take it.
Yes, I would. You got that. Rook C8. You got that. I mean, after that last game, I don't think Levon is going to leave a pawn hanging for another 2 weeks. I mean, that's it. These guys take those pawns. Okay, queen E3.
King H7. Forced.
Knight E5.
And
Everything with tempo, yeah?
Yep.
I sort of like what you're doing. I understand it. It's
what
good.
about ideas like f5? Yeah, I can see you guys.
Victor Korchnoi would say, Jovi,
He would not go.
pawns don't move backwards.
I don't think he would give it.
And he did not include the move Queen E3, which I thought was actually a nice little touch. He went knight E5 right away. Said, I don't need Queen E3. Knight E5. He wants to take, and he wants to play the move bishop to E5, and then you would play your F6. You would then, so, you know, white will provoke that. By the way, also a useful little flick, B2, B3, just to make sure that whatever happens in the future, I'm not hanging my B3, my A4 pawn, pardon me. Cristian, how do you evaluate this position?
Look, I like it for white.
You like it for white?
Of course, I like it for white. But once again, I'm not changing my stance. I still think that Levon has his chances. Nevertheless, look, white has more space, beautiful central control. The bishops are nice and open, but you don't have any targets on those diagonals.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no targets, there's no way to get to my G2 pawn. If you could be landing a queen on G5 to try to attack my pawn on G2, that would be nice. Unfortunately, you're never getting there. And any sort of trades give me the advantage because all I need is a draw.
Right.
By the way, at some point, I might even consider sacrificing a pawn. So, for example, you go even that position.
Whoa, G5.
You have to do something. Yes, I understand what he's doing.
An indication that not all is going that well.
He needs to
G5.
throw caution to the wind at this point.
Yeah.
And someone else who needs to throw caution to the wind, if we could have a
Naji?
look, is Naji against
Let's take a
Alice
look.
Lee. And bishop h2 in fact played. And here we see, well, a very dynamic position.
Wow, this is a confusing position, I want to say. Okay, C4, F5. Wow, okay. G5, knight D2, rook A5. We don't see positions like this every day.
I kind of almost feel like white should go rook a4. But
Yeah, right,
No, but no, you
to-
can't give away the B2
Right.
pawn. But Alice playing rook a3, which is
Fair.
fair.
So what if I continue rook a8?
I guess rook A1.
Ah, you just want to exchange everything like that, yeah?
Well, Alice is in the driver's seat. She's the one who won the first game.
That's true.
Normally speaking, when you've got your pawn on F4, your ideas involve, you know, going whole hog on the king side. There's not a lot of attacking pieces.
And how are we doing on time?
What is the situation?
So in the clock times, it is Alice around about 5.5 minutes and
5
Naji
minutes.
under 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So-
how does the engine evaluate this? I'm not sure.
Let me take a look.
Who I like.
It actually says black is slightly better.
Black is slightly better.
Yes.
Rook takes A3, by the way.
Not with that move.
I'm assuming queen takes A3.
Black is still slightly better, but she lost a lot of her advantage with that move.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what black. So, what is the next few moves that black is supposed to play? Is she going to put a bishop on E5?
You have to focus on the weaknesses. You have to focus on the pawn on B5. So, rook to C8 followed by queen to C5 is
Okay.
going to allow me to get to the B5 pawn.
Gotcha.
So, I think that's the plan that Naji needs to take. No, just rook C8. Rook
Yep.
C8 first.
And
No, I want to go queen C5. I want to exchange the queens so that whenever I land on C5, I'm also attacking the pawn on B2 with my bishop.
Okay.
There's no more defense on that pawn.
Okay.
And by the way, if Naji were to win,
Yes.
then we're going to go on to those blitzed playoffs. So, okay,
we do
we
have
see queen takes on the board.
A3. And this is where rook C8 and queen C5, as prescribed by Cristian, may bring...
By my engine.
By my Christian's engine. There you go. May bring success.
Some sort of success, yes.
Right.
Yes. It's still very close to equality right now.
And okay.
I
And
went
talking
queen.
about equality,
Yep.
I'm gonna make you zigzag.
Switch.
Yeah, back to the
Bishop h2,
Wesley, so
g6, g5,
Yeah.
kind of pushing me to the bishop h2 square. By the way, when I see the move g6, g5, I'm like a bird of prey. I immediately start thinking, you know, like, how can I bring a knight to the h5 square? Like, that is just, you know, it's in my blood that I would want to occupy that square. Let's see what happened. Ooh, lots of moves happened. Wow, I'll say. Bishop h2, f5.
yeah,
Well,
Victor would be proud.
Victor would be proud. Here we go. Takes, takes, takes. I won a pawn. Wesley said, I'll take it. And he's played f3 in order to bring his bishop back to life with the move bishop to g1. This is an extra pawn, guys. b2, b3, and bishop to d1. And
that's what Wesley's doing?
And Wesley is saying, you know, I'm going to win this match by taking your pawns.
Yeah, there is that, but there's also rook d8 and then, you know, you just circle like the proverbial vulture that you talked about.
Yeah.
On the weak knight, c5 is coming. Are you just going to hold on to that one with all your life? Yes.
No.
Knight e2.
I was about to. I was really. I'm almost blundered.
Gave me everything.
This is what I wanted.
Yes, I know. Bishop takes pawn.
Usually the king is not on f1 in these positions, but bishop takes c4 would be a little bit awkward. So no knight d5. You were about to suggest knight e2.
Knight e2.
And just hold on with everything you.
And then no way through, unless there is bishop f5.
I think you kind of coming to the end to the end of the road here. You did everything you could, but you didn't break through. Wesley was looking pretty confident at the moment. Let me just do a repeat of the current position. As b3 is on the board, Wesley is just ready to play bishop to g1, consolidate his extra pawn on the queen side.
And by the way, Alice seems to be breaking through as well.
Ooh, let's jump back. Alice
Check
is
her
breaking.
last sequence of moves.
Yeah?
c3.
Okay, sorry, we were just here. Rook takes a3, queen takes a...
Sacrificing a pawn.
Did Naji?
Did Naji break through, you mean?
Sorry, yes. Naji is breaking through.
Oh, because... Dude, you...
Gave you a heart attack. Yes, I know.
You threw us off on that one.
Look,
that's
we had a long break.
Rook e1, she didn't take on b5. Surprise for me. She just played the move rook c8. Was that a good move?
Rook to c8. Can I go queen a7?
That's my question.
Bishop takes pawn.
And I think Alice is about to ask, nope. You didn't want the pawn on b5? I'll keep it, said Alice. I don't blame her.
Yeah, I don't blame her either. And
Queen c5, check.
And I would move my king to f1 because you've got to stop the queen getting to f2.
And you're right, she did it. King to f1. Now, you know, I'm a little bit worried that if I end up capturing, that might be some kind of draw, and I've got to play the match situation, which I have to play for a win. I'm going to play rook a8, and she's done it.
And the question here is,
yes,
does the golden rule work?
It should.
Queen.
It should be followed. It doesn't matter if it works or not. It should be followed.
When did the golden rule
Let's go for it.
work?
Queen b4. Okay,
Yeah.
Alice understands.
She's listened to the broadcast.
Okay. Well, there's not much I can do about the golden rule here, is there? I suppose I should play rook a2 and play rook and bishop versus rook and knight. Rook a2. Just hope that the knight's quite passive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're just there, but it's not there. You know, it's not going g3 to f5 or something.
Well, give it some time. If you're careless. then
Exactly. Queen takes c5 would cut off that route. But if you could go knight to d4, so rook a2, 2 minutes to 2 minutes.
This is when it starts to kind of feel that you're down a pawn. Sorry, a point in the
point.
match. Because normally with an equal score, you would be taking on b4 and then go rook a2, things of that nature.
Right.
But do you want to trade the queens when you're
No, in this
down a
particular
point?
case, I was thinking I don't mind trading queens, but I'd like to do it on my terms, undouble my pawns, b6 takes c5.
Yes.
So that at least I'm stopping this gateway to good squares, good outposts for the knight.
Which you did. Rook to c1 to defend that pawn. You have to defend that pawn.
And then rook to b, or rook b2.
She's following your recommendation.
Go
By the way,
after
all right.
pawn.
So what about c3 now? You take on c4, I go rook a1.
That's embarrassing, but I will go back. No, then you'll seize the open file.
Right.
I think she
Ooh.
might have missed this c3 move, guys.
I'm not unhappy. I'll play rook a4. It's not like this pawn is running away immediately.
Now white
But
can
now I bring
step
the
in, the king. Yeah.
King e1.
Okay.
I just don't think you have enough anymore. Oh, she took.
Ooh,
What?
Rook a1.
Excuse me, but isn't that...
Oh,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
excuse
whoa.
me.
It's
King
playing with
e1, king
fire.
d2, king d3. How do you defend that rook?
King e...
King e1, you take on c3.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can go rook a3.
Rook a3 is a prelude. I love rook a3.
Are
That
you
is-
in time to defend your rook? You're going to go e6, you're going to take on d5, and then try to get the king to e5 in time. So let's
go
put
rook
it move by
a3
move. Rook
and-
to a3.
And if you go e6, how about now you can go
King e3. Let's just see who gets there first, right?
King
rook
e5,
e3 on the board?
king e5, and you get there just in time.
Boy, talk about a close call. I can go, in this case, after the pawn on b7, rook a7, but that's a different...
Wait, just a second,
Wait.
just a
Okay.
second. Go there. Isn't this just a Suzwan?
What do you mean?
No, I go b6. I go b6.
And just say, okay, you can't move. Your king is trapped. your
All I
rook
need is a
trapped.
draw.
That is true.
That's true.
I put my pawn on h3, and now I move my rook. Rook a2, rook a3, rook a2, I'm not even considering rook a7 and try to play for a win.
I hear you. Well, she's
I just
done.
sit like this.
And I think you're absolutely right.
The problem is you cannot even take on c3 because you lose the rook as well
Exactly.
at the end of it.
And we do have e6 on the board.
Oh, she took on
took.
e6? No, that's not a good idea.
No, but she can do exactly the same. The rook is not going anywhere.
You're right about that. That's a good point, Jovi. Yep.
She took. But wait a minute. In this case,
You just take the pawn.
and king
And
to
king to
d3.
d3.
That
Where's
rook is
your
not
rook
going anywhere.
Your rook is just stuck there.
It's incredible. That rook is completely stuck.
Oh,
You can try to
and
go g4,
Alice
but I'm
is,
never touching the pawn on g4.
Alice is going to the finals, guys.
She is. She is.
And it looks like, it looks like Wesley and Levon are also drawing their game. I mean, it's
Let's
rook.
see. Ooh.
Yes,
Ooh.
Very
this is a
simple
draw.
rook and pawn
This is a
endings.
draw. We don't even have to.
Yep,
No, we don't have to go there. So
That's
if
for
once it's a
sure.
draw, then it will be Wesley moving to the grand final, and Levon Aronian sadly leaves the competition.
right. And by the way, this is the ladies' game that I have. Clock time's not significant. It's the position. The rook on c4.
There's nothing you
is
can
trapped.
do. It's such a sad position.
I mean, maybe she can try to go g4, but I mean, you can just stand
You,
there.
you just sit. You put a pawn on
Right.
h3 on the light squares, and you just wait.
20
Exactly.
seconds for Naji. She
Bishop
brings
b5,
her
that's
bishop.
fine. King d3, no problem. The only thing you can hope right now is that Alice decides that she wants to play for a win and goes rook a7, rook b7.
Yeah,
and
she's not going to do that.
releases the
She's
rook.
not going to do that at all. You've
But
got to
once
be
she
practical.
recognizes that
h5,
all she-
h3.
But in fact, she can even go rook a8 and
Yes.
try to win the rook. Da-dum.
Uh-oh.
Maybe that's a good idea.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's so easy.
Yeah, rook a-
And she recognized rook a8, and
Okay,
so did Naji.
now you just wait.
Rook to g8? releasing
No,
the...
let's not break this beautiful position. You
But
just go
I can move
H3.
my knight now.
Exactly.
I can go knight c1, knight b3, knight d2. How do you stop me from that?
H3, good move.
H3,
Yeah.
h4, that's fine. Knight c1, how do you stop me from that?
You can't. Knight c1, knight b3, knight e2, like you say. Done.
Ah, you go bishop e7 and then bishop f6. And now you control both d8 and c3.
Uh-huh. Gotcha.
Okay, just go rook a7, rook a8, rook a7, rook a8.
B6 on the board.
B6.
I like this move.
Yeah, you know.
By the way, we do have a draw.
And Wesley moves on to the grand final.
Against Hikaru.
Against Hikaru
Somebody
Nakamura.
just knocked him down. That will be a great rematch to watch.
Bishop
And
e7.
Bishop to e7 on the board.
Yeah.
Alice, don't
Don't get tempted by anything.
Don't
if
get
you
tempted
want
by that
to
pawn on
go-
b7. Just, make a draw and move on to the next.
Oh, look at that.
Rook
She
A1.
knows. Rook
Boy,
A1.
talk about...
I think she wants to go rook. No, but
you?
rook
No,
e1
no,
allows
no.
rook a4. Don't do that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think she's tempted by king c2 and king b3.
She is, yeah.
No, rook
No,
A3.
Good for her.
She understands nothing to be
Bishop
done.
d8.
Bishop to d8. Now rook to a8. Same ideas as before. Oh, rook a7. This no.
No, it's
takes b6.
If you take, I
rook
take on
takes-
b7 and rook d7. So you're in trouble now.
Yep. I am, but bishop to a5 with rook a4 in mind?
Rook d7. And I take the rook. And I take the pawn on c5.
True.
I cannot lose that. Like, sure, you're probably, maybe you're going to be able to make a draw.
You're
but
right.
You're
Rook
completely
check.
losing.
Rook check is a...
I don't have any pawns on dark squares except the pawn on c3, which is not
Agreed.
the weakness.
No, rook check is good enough. And
Don't allow
take
rook
the
a4, because that can get complicated. Don't allow that. Go rook d7.
She is thinking, yes.
No.
I think she was thinking about rook g7 and rook takes g5. She said, why complicate? King c6, king takes c4. That's the money move right now. Alice has seen it, and she's done it, and this is the easy win. Yep.
Easy win, no weaknesses,
Yep.
absolutely no way to lose this position.
No.
Get the king to e4, knight to d4, invade with the king via f5. This is it, guys. I
Wow.
think we have our second grand finalist of the day.
Absolutely, and all it took was a double playoff to separate them.
Incredible stuff.
Nice. Knight d4 check. King to d5. Oops.
It's going to march up the board.
Mhm.
And this
Use that pawn as a
bishop is
decoy.
just helpless.
And Nazi probably knows it right now. It's
Certainly
hopeless.
knows it, yes.
Right now, the position is hopeless. King to
King
f5.
f5.
No,
Whoa.
King to d5. She's trying to promote that pawn. Not convinced why.
Also,
but
she has knight e6 at
She
tap.
certainly does.
I mean,
Knight
this
e6
is just a joy for Alice to play out.
Exactly. She's got this stone
It's
cold.
one of those impossible to lose positions, right? I mean,
Right.
it's just like really impossible to lose. You
Especially
have to
with
make
the
some
pawn
really bad
on
moves.
g2. I mean, even if black plays a move like g4 and you don't capture it, it's like the pawn on g2 is there.
3, 2. Okay,
and
now
c7.
c7. And after knight takes bishop, I'm expecting Naji just to call it a day.
Nope. You
But,
never won a game by resigning. Nobody ever has.
Well, apparently I was corrected on that statement.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody won a game?
Somebody won a game by resigning because it turned out that the person who resigned, obviously resigned, tried to resign, and there you go.
And?
And the opponent felt bad because he in fact had cheated earlier on.
Ooh, well, karma. And congratulations to Alice Lee as she sets up deja vu all over again.
I know.
mean, we were here last year, and the same thing. Arena had to win 2 matches to win the American Cup, and she'll have the same opponent to do it against as well. 2 matches.
2 big
And-
rematches.
And who were the predictions? What were the predictions like? Shall we just review our predictions? What do you say?
I don't think
what do you say, Christian?
I don't think
you got
we
a
need to
participation trophy. Okay, I said Wesley. Well, we say goodbye.
I don't think
to
we should see these
Varugian.
things again. These anomalies of the
And in the
broadcast.
ladies.
I know.
In the
ladies.
Ooh, oh, VAR is still competing. VAR is still competing.
Yes, but okay.
Nice. But congratulations on your participation,
Thank you,
Christian.
thank you.
We'll make sure to get you a certificate. And here's where we stand.
And
We're at grand finals
take a look at this.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow we will be seeing a huge rematch as it is Alice Lee
Number 2
that
seed.
has defeated Naji-Pakitsa, and she will be marching to the grand final where she will meet none other than Irina Krush. And here you can see their lifetime matchup. 2 wins for Irina, no losses, 5 draws.
And what will be the tempo for these 2 grand final matches?
They will be reverting to classical play. So for Alice, you know, it's been a very quick change of pace, but then she's back to the rhythm. And here we can see the huge championship match between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, who's just defeated Levon Aronian. And take a look at that lifetime matchup in classical.
Well, Wesley
One
will be
win
saying,
for Hikaru.
yeah, Wesley will be saying, well, let's play those classical games.
Exactly. But Wesley does have a much tougher job ahead of him because obviously, you know, he's lost to Hikaru. So this means he needs to defeat Hikaru not once, but twice.
Twice. And guess who is in studio with Christian?
You just pointed at the screen, Wesley, and you were surprised by that lifetime matchup score as well.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
Well, because Hikaru is a very strong player, and I think the wins I had against him in the classical was like 7 years ago. So it was such a long time ago, I think. But I don't even remember beating him 4 times. I think I remember the Singfield Cup, and then London Chess Classic, and then where else did I beat him? Singfield Cup, London Chess Classic, 2016, 2017. I don't even remember the.
Probably a
Which
long
one-
time ago.
which
It
one
must
was
have
it?
been a long time. We don't
Yeah.
know for sure.
I don't even remember.
But one thing, Wesley, I wanted to ask you: sum up the last couple of days for you because you had
Croatia. I beat Croatia.
Croatia, yes,
Okay,
but
then
you
one
had
more is missing.
such difficult days, right? Such difficult matchups. Both the one with Hikaru, but today's matchup was very, very difficult as well, and nothing
Yeah.
could separate you. With the white pieces, you were getting something in both matches, but
Totally winning, yeah?
totally winning, exactly. But then towards the end, when you had only seconds on the clock, it felt like nerves were taking over. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, basically, any move was winning. But, I mean, I don't really mind that much what happens. I mean, I didn't find that Levon is a great and wonderful player. Also, so is Fabi. But, I mean, I don't find the matches real difficult. I'm just very happy to still be in the tournament. That's all that matters. I still got 1 life left. And again, my main focus this year and last year was classical chess. Although it doesn't seem I'm getting nowhere with it. But what happens in Blitz and Rapid doesn't really matter that much to me. I'm focused classical. If I win, good. If not, that's fine too. But today was obviously a wonderful day. And I'd like to glorify the Lord Jesus for giving
And that's
me.
a very interesting thing
Yeah.
you say about mental fortitude. And in those difficult moments, you know you're winning with the white
Yeah.
pieces, you lose that one, right, against Hikaru.
Hikaru, yeah, that's
you
great.
come back, but then you take it to the blitz, and then unfortunately losing that one.
Ah,
what
yeah.
did you tell yourself at night to get back into this competition and make sure you win today's match?
Well, it wasn't easy. I think for any player, it's not easy to lose a winning game. But my mom helped me. But I just tell myself that this is part of the game. That's what chess is about. Sometimes the best player wins. Sometimes it doesn't happen, and you know mistakes are part of the game. And then my secret is just to keep improving, keep improving. You know, there'll always be missed chances, always gonna be blunders made, but you just try to keep improving, try to increase your rating, and if the chips fall your way, then it's good. If not, then just keep working.
Keep working, keep playing these tournaments, keep trying, right?
Yeah, that's why Leonard here. I'm like the only player who doesn't have a rest day in the men's group. And I also think this is my 5th tournament in a row. I've been playing nonstop for 8 weeks. Played in Paikidze, played in Dusseldorf. Also played some online. So, you know, I love chess. I'm very grateful to the Singfields, the St. Louis Chess Club, for hosting tournaments like this, giving people like me and Lenier work. And you know, if it goes your way, then that's good. If not, just try to keep getting better.
Now, that's a very interesting thing you mentioned. You've been playing for a lot of weeks, and we were discussing this in the studio as well. What do you do to keep your physical shape ready for this type of stretches?
Yeah, that's one thing that could be improved upon. Like I was reading about Bobby Fischer in the museum, and that's one thing he's really, really good at. He's so physically strong, and so is Magnus Carlsen. So that's definitely one thing I could improve upon. But I try to exercise here and there, take long walks during a tournament. I try to swim when I'm back home. Swim 2 or 3 times a week for an hour. I try to also eat healthy. When I was younger, I could eat anything I want, but now that I'm getting close to 30, the doctor told me I have to watch my diet here and there, and try to, you know, eat healthier, try to eat more fruits and vegetables, try to sleep 12 hours every night.
12 hours, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but I try to lay in bed around 13 hours a night because during the game, you need your full concentration. When I'm back at home, I don't really need much sleep, but when I'm in a tournament, I try to get as much as possible. I also saw on Bobby Fischer's interview, he wakes up like an hour or half an hour before the game, so he comes to the game very fresh. For me, it's a bit different. Like I do some review here and there, but I usually wake up around 2.5 hours before a game.
That's very interesting and very revealing. Thank you for telling us all these secrets of the industry.
I know Magnus does the same. He just wakes up and then goes play a game. Maybe that's the secret, but I try to learn from great players.
Guys, join the conversation.
Well, first of all, just simply our congratulations. You're in the finals, and you're very, very deserving. I know what you mean about that free day, Wesley. It could have gone your way yesterday, but you came back in the elimination, and so just a hat tip, well done, and just keep going. Jovi?
Yeah, no, I just also wanted to say congratulations. And I wanted to ask you about your preparations for today, actually, because obviously you've been playing classical games and then you had to switch to the rapid against Levon. How did you adjust?
Well, I just, you know, again, just try to sleep well. Try not to stress myself too much. Just try to be very relaxed, very calm. I took a look at some of Levon's recent openings, prepared some small ideas here and there, but nothing really stressful. Maybe I just prepared chess for half an hour and then
just slept.
Just listen to music as I usually do.
Okay.
Watch some movies, try to get relaxed, try and get shape. And I think I played pretty decently today. Like I look at some of my games with the computer. I think I played pretty okay. So that's a very good sign. But after this tournament, I'll have a 5-week break.
Yeah.
So I look forward to watching the World Championship match with Ian and ending and spending some rest before going to Cristian's hometown in Romania.
Romania, yes, Bucharest. Yeah. I'll see you there for sure. That should be an interesting one.
We'll have to get our ticket and try to arrive a few days early.
Wesley, thank you very much for joining the show. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Again, our congratulations, Wesley, indeed. This is what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah, and we have a championship match, and both in the open and women's section, we're going to see one classical game. That will be the prelude to all the action that will be happening the following day. when the players will conclude the match, come what may.
Exactly. And how do they alternate the colors for that? They
I think it's always the highest
rated player in the
always
classical,
starts.
highest seed. And this one, 2 wins, as we've seen for Arena, no losses, 5 draws, as Alice Lee fights her way into the finals, and she is with Cristian.
Alice, I see you smiling from year to year. You're definitely very happy. This was a tough match. You were putting a lot of pressure with the white pieces, but she was returning the favor as well, putting a lot of pressure early on with the white pieces. Sum it up for us, this match.
Yeah, so the first game, I thought it went pretty well. I wasn't expecting her opening, but I think I was able to handle it. Not the best, but it was enough. And then later, I had this nice queen takes c5 tactic. The second game, she played this opening line with g4, which is very aggressive, but playing for a win. And I think it was definitely a good opening for that, and I wasn't prepared, so I think she was able to win very nicely in that game. For the rapid game, I'm actually really glad that I got black first, because it's after I won that game, of course it wasn't easy, but it felt like we don't specifically play for a win or specifically play for a draw, and I thought it was easier to be black first, and then after I was able to win this game, it was a bit different.
But that was not an easy game. She was really pressuring you, but you did make some switches early on in the opening. Did you discuss with your coach in between the games? Did you come prepared with a different weapon?
Yeah, so I thought that she might try the g4 weapon again, because of course it's a good opening to play for a win, and it worked out well for her. So I prepared in between rounds this b6 line, and it sort of transposes into a semi-Slav with like bishop e2, queen c2, castles, and I think that's also a line. It was a bit different for me because I played rook c8 because I didn't want to castle until she castled. So I'm not sure how much that changed the opening, but I sort of knew the plans. But I did feel like my position was worse at some point.
It was, yes. But you did find this very nice idea, and I have to point it out to you. I really like this move, knight to b4.
Oh, yeah.
Just looking like you're giving away the knight, but you're actually just hunting the queen down.
Yeah, I thought that I really liked that move because it's not easy for her. She had low time to save the queen. She played bishop a4.
Which was the best move.
After rook a8.
Did you see this move, rook to a8, from the get-go when you played knight b4?
No, I missed bishop a4. But yeah, here, I guess, yeah, she can play bishop c3, and then it's hard.
But it's already quite difficult for her as well, and it's very tempting to sacrifice the queen, and it looks like you have this very dangerous b or a pawn, and it seems like you have enough compensation.
Yeah, I was pretty happy because I thought I have these queen g5 ideas, and it's not easy for her to play, especially with low time.
Yeah.
And yeah, after this, I think I was able to win.
This is already
I was happy that I
deal.
got white in the next games instead of having to like play for
to defend. Yeah.
Yeah. And this game the first game was also like pretty chaotic. So, in the second game, I felt like I probably played a little bit too passively in the opening, but. After we traded into the endgame, I was pretty happy with the idea I found. I was up a pawn, so then I played c3. And after
Once you caught the rook on c4, it felt like it was pretty much game over, and you smoothly went on to convert your advantage. Tomorrow, you will be facing Irina Krush once again. You faced her in the finals. You faced her in the finals of the champions bracket as well. What's going to happen tomorrow? How are you going to take her down?
I'm not sure. Obviously, I think last match, it was okay for the classical portion, but she did beat me in the rapid playoffs, so I'll probably have to make some adjustments to my general strategy, but for now, I'm not sure. I was mostly just focusing on this match, and it's good that I was able to win this one.
Guys.
Our congratulations, Alice. Go get some rest, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Wow, another great day of American Cup. knockout.
I know.
I love the system.
Me too.
I mean, it's so nice to call. It really is, and there's just so much action, so much content, and truly, you know, these matches could have gone either way. In the end, we've got the matchups we could have expected them. Cristian, final thoughts as we wrap up today.
And I want to build on what you said, Yasser. These matches between these four players have been so competitive. We remember that match between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura that finalized in the Blitz section, right? And it could have went either way because Wesley was definitely putting the pressure in that match as well. And well, Irina was half a second away from being sent to the elimination bracket. So anything can happen tomorrow. We do have the grand finals. We could also have a winner after the next couple of days. So stay tuned. We will be here to provide all the action and do commentary for you guys.
Well, with that, thank you everybody for joining us, and we will see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.